apart from Richard.
I don't know.
Richard, you're muted if you're talking to us. I don't know if he is. No. Oh no, he is. Richard, you're still muted. Is anybody else hearing him?
I can't hear him.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, Town Hall, we can't hear you. And I know that Richard's talking because his mic's got a red light. Kia ora, everybody online, though.
Hey,
Kia ora.
Fesso.
Hey,
Kia ora.
Fesso, we'll have our own little meeting.
Maybe there's enough of us online, we'll start our own meeting.
Hey, you can cheer. We'll give you practice.
Yes, thank you.
You have to go over it all again. Still nothing. Morning, Megan.
Can you hear us now?
Yep.
Yep.
That's it.
Morena?
Morena.
Here we go.
Oh, good. They can hear us now.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Councillor Bartley.
Morena.
Councillor Casey.
Morena Suad.
Morena. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Kia ora, Sua, Chair, and everybody.
Kia ora. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora, Suad, and happy birthday, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora. Councillor Cooper.
Yes, and Hari Huru Tau, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Dalton.
Morning, everyone. Happy birthday, Richard.
Councillor Darby. Councillor Filipina.
Assalamu alaikum, Suat, Hari Huri Tauki Aku e te rangatira.
Mayor Goff.
My microphone's not working. Can we do a sound check, please?
This microphone is working. Yeah, kia ora koutou and happy birthday, Richard.
Let me just check if Councillor Darby is on the call. Councillor Darby, are you there?
I heard his voice. Maybe he can't hear us.
Okay. Councillor Mulholland.
Good morning, President. Happy birthday.
I think you missed me, Suad.
Oopsie doopsie. Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora. Happy birthday, buddy.
MSB Member Honeck. Councillor Newman.
Good morning, Suad.
Good morning.
Good morning and happy birthday, John.
Councillor Sayers.
Present. Thank you, Suad.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Morning all. Happy birthday, Richard.
Councillor Stewart.
Good morning and happy birthday, Richard.
Councillor Walker.
Good morning. I wish you as many candles as you can fit on the cake.
Councillor Watson.
Hi, Suad.
Good morning. Late Councillor Young.
Kia ora, Sirukhaida, Mr. Chair.
Over to you, Chair.
Kia ora, thank you all. I don't think I've had so many happy birthdays in a space of 5 minutes before, so kia ora and thank you for that. I have already done karakia. Apologies for those who couldn't hear. I hope, Chris Darby, we could hear you. Chris, I'm not sure if you can hear us yet, but we can sort that. Right, apologies. We have absence, Councillor Fletcher. We have lateness, Member Karen Wilson, and I think Tracy Mulholland also for, I think, early departure.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to pop out on council business at about 5 to 12. For
To
maybe
receive a petition. isn't it?
To receive a petition, yeah. So I'll be popping out for about half an hour if it doesn't coincide with lunch.
Kia ora. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
What's the petition?
It's not necessarily right now. We can let you know about that, Councillor Walker. I'll move those apologies. A seconder. Councillor Filipaina.
Second, Kathy.
Sorry, you're a little bit too late there, Kathy, but we'll make sure we wait a second next time. All those in favour? Aye. Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? No. Confirmation of minutes. Deputy Chair, would you like to move? Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
A seconder. Kathy.
Yep. Second, Mr. Chair. Kathy.
Thank you, Councillor Casey. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? No. There are no petitions coming to this committee. There is a petition, as I said, in a different forum, not coming to the council. So, the public input, we had no declined requests. We've had 2 accepted requests. Dr. Mairi J from Extinction Rebellion Tamaki Makaurau, and Karina Hooper on the shag species, the Pamure Basin Notice of Motion. So first of all, we will have Dr. Mairi J. And just correct me if I didn't say your name correctly, apologies. And if you're bringing others up. Cool. Good. We'll just get you to the button on the right. If you just click the button on the right, down in front of you, it says talk. Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. So, Doctor, you have 5 minutes to speak, and then there may be a few questions after that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having us. I would like to just say how extreme we are worried about climate change. And you can see us all old codgers. We have the time and we have the motivation, grandchildren and so forth, to know that we're in deep poo at the moment. Okay, so I'm a ex-environmental scientist at the University of Waikato. I was the director of the planning, the environmental planning program at the university. I'm sorry to be there. Okay, right. So I've looked at your plans. They are really impressive. It's wonderful to see how the climate change plan flows on from the Auckland 2050 plan. It's really great to see that ambitious emissions goal there from 50% by 7.5 years' time, and then 0 by 2050. Enormously ambitious. My passion here is because I have been feeling, every summer, I have been feeling the heat. And the news overseas is so desperately gloomy. Really, looking at the Auckland plan and the climate change plan, it's wonderful. I'm very pleased that this council has the mandate to actually oversee, to monitor and oversee the rest of the organisation as it applies to climate change. Wonderful, really good. But the time is against us. We don't have 30 years. I don't even think we've got 10 years, actually. I think this coming summer, a lot of us will be sweating, will be sweltering. Is that right? Okay, next one. Am I going the right way? Right. Okay, so you've got two, both the visionary 30-year plan and the climate change plan have those two objectives of emissions reductions by, first of all, by 2030 and then by 2050. And secondly, looking at the adaptation. I think for emissions, if we're going to reach that one by 2030, 50% reduction, that's 7.5 years away. We have to really start doing something radical, drastic. And one of the things we would like to see the city do is publish emissions data on a frequently regular basis, maybe weekly or monthly or something. We'd like to see monitoring of emissions around the city. That top map there shows what are currently the air quality monitor sites. To me, I don't know if they're the ones that would measure emissions or not, but what seems clear to me is there's not very good monitoring sites down in the south of Auckland. So I'd like to see a better spatial spread of monitoring sites and more frequent publication. Okay, if I can get this thing to work. For adaptation, right, so for emissions, we need to do urgently something to get people to bring emissions down. Then looking at adaptation, all the things in the plan, in the change plan, in the climate change plan, are focused on sort of physical and natural. And that's good, that's fine. But if you look at that thing there, what you see in the middle, the yellow in the middle, is heat. Now this is from data from the USA, from the National Institute of, NOAA Oceans and Air, and that yellow in the middle is heat. All the others, flood, lightning, tornadoes, hurricanes, etc., much less. The heat there is very much linked to humidity. And if any of you have had visitors from out of Auckland for long, I've just been here for 3 months, and the thing that hits me about Auckland is the humidity. So, I'm sorry. Sorry to be so feeble.
No, it's not your fault. It's not quite talking to this system.
Okay,
so.
right. So here we are in Tokyo, which is sort of similarly placed to Auckland, just by the sea. And this very week, we've had the Japanese government asking its citizens to turn off their power, all their air conditioning and so forth, because of the impact on the infrastructure. What I see happening in Auckland as the years go by, and for myself, is every summer is going to be tough. I am going to find it very, very difficult with temperatures over 25 degrees, which we now know we're going to be getting regularly in March, in January and February. And at the very same time, we've got that power struggles and blackouts and so on and so forth.
Doctor, you've gone over time. If you maybe want to try speed up a little bit, maybe I'll give you a minute longer. Just, is that okay?
I didn't catch what.
Oh, sorry. You've gone over your speaking time. If you could just want to try and loop the next few slides around pretty quickly.
Okay. So at the moment, what the situation in Auckland is that we're expecting by the end of the century 3.5 degrees increase in heat. Now there will be some parts of Auckland, New Lynn I can think of, parts of south of Auckland and so forth, which get very, very hot. And I'm thinking all those poor souls in their apartment buildings, especially the ones that face north, where are they going to go? How are they going to cope with that kind of heat? I think that this committee, with its mandate for climate change, needs to look at the impacts of heat very much as it affects human suffering, and especially as it affects the parts of the Auckland population that, well, I guess low decile parts of the Auckland population. We tend to neglect the impacts of heat. They can have severe heat effects, heat stroke, chronic health, aggression, etc. We need to consider more provision, not just trees because they take time to grow, but more public facilities for people to escape the heat, libraries, etc., etc. I'll leave it at that. There's a conclusion, but it's basically what I've said. And that's the 5 minutes. So to conclude, we're really scared at the rate of global warming that's happening. We think we don't have anything like 30 years. We need to get our emissions down very fast, and we need to do something about global heat and humidity.
Thank you, Doctor. If you just want to wait there in case there are some questions, but thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you to your members that are here as well. Are there any questions? Any questions in the room? Deputy Chair, Councillor Coombe.
Thanks, Chair. Tēnā koe, and thank you so much for coming and presenting today, and ngā mihi to everybody here. I'm really interested to hear those suggestions. So what I can do, and with the Chair, we can follow up and get a response in terms of where those suggestions fit into our planning and how we might be able to look at it a bit more closely. So I'll do that and take that away with the Chair.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Councillor Young.
Thank you for the presentation. Very impressed. My question is, what do you think how the public can easy to reach the frequently emission data from the personal view?
Say that again.
What the public can reach those your recommendation for the emission data frequently?
You mean how can we
the Aucklander can get those information?
Well, I presume at the moment there is some system for measuring emissions, and certainly you have a system for measuring air quality. I would imagine that there's just a tweak involved in getting a more regular, up-to-date measuring and publication.
I've asked the Sustainability Office about this. Unfortunately, the emissions are not measured in the same way our air quality is, so we only get that every 2 years. We don't have a way to, at the moment, a tool to measure emissions in real time. What they have said is that they are working with NIWA to review our air quality measures, which are actually the air quality data is reported every month. So that's already being reported monthly, but we have already taken your feedback on around the spread of those data points. So there's a want from us to increase those data points. The issue is we just don't have a tool. We use a national tool to give us the emissions data. It's not reported back in the frequency we'd like, but I do take it on. We will be asking how that can be increased from a 2-year, because it is hard for us to plan and report because it's such a big change. Like we can't measure, essentially we only have the data from, say, pre-COVID at the moment, and we know there'll be differences, ups and downs in the last 2 years. So yes, there is a want for that that ability, but we can only go with the data we have access to. But definitely, thank you.
Thank you.
We can't really take questions from the other way around against standing orders, but I'll just see if there are any other questions.
May I say, please, that Auckland is already at 1.5 if we take pre-industrial, as was originally agreed by the IPCC, at 1750 to 1780. So I noticed that in 1905, which the latest IPCC reports New Zealand, we were at 1.1. Basic arithmetic shows us that we are now at 1.5.
Thank you, sir. So the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And we can do emissions. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Very much.
No, that's fine. We've just had the presentation, but thank you very much for that extra information. No, we can't have a continued. We've already given more than the scheduled time. We have to be fair for all presenters.
Point about humidity in Auckland.
Cool.
35
Thank you.
degrees.
Yeah.
It's different from dry.
Cool. Please feel free. We can, Deputy Chair Pipakuma and I can meet with you on more information, or you can send us that. But we have had the full presentation now, and thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Young. Would you like to move receiving this presentation, Deputy Chair Coombe?
Second, Kathy.
Oh, sorry, Kathy. I will wait. We've already got Deputy Chair Coombe seconding that. Apologies. I need to be more cognizant of those online and the delay there. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Cool.
Aye.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Right, we have public input from Karina Hooper. We'll just check that you are online, Karina. She is coming. Just make sure. Don't seem to have Karina yet. We may have to move on, unfortunately. We can, although the notice of motion is straight after, so it might not. Right, we'll go to local board input. There was one request, but now they cannot make it from, was it Otara Papatoetoi? Yes. So they weren't able to make it in the end, but they will probably come speak to the next meeting. There are no extraordinary items, and I'll just check one more time for Karina, but if she's not there, we will have to move on. Unfortunately, she hasn't made it to the committee. So we'll go to the notices of motion. We have one notice of motion in Understanding Order 2.5.1. We've received that from Councillor Bartley, and I seconded the notice of motion for her. And we'll go straight to Councillor Bartley, who has changed what was in the notice of motion just around what is actually possible from a council perspective. We do have to have the agreement of the meeting to have those changed. I'm not sure if you can see it on screen. It's removed A, B, and C, and then A is now staff support. I can't see the, yeah, staff support Councillor Bartley advocating to the appropriate Crown agency or agencies to introduce a fishing ban or other such control in the Panmure Basin to protect the shag species. So before we go to Councillor Bartley, I just need to check if there's any opposition to that change. Right, I'll take that as there's no opposition. Councillor Bartley, would you like to speak to your notice of motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the officers for considering this and allowing it to go through. So this is a notice of motion, basically to ask for what Watercare has. So the Watercare Basin has a fishing ban put in place in 2006 by Auckland City Council. So I'm happy to have the notice of motion changed for staff to support in advocating to the appropriate Crown agency, although it does appear that the appropriate agency in this instance is Council. But anyway, I apologise that Karina wasn't able to get on. She just messaged me now that she still doesn't have the link, Suad. If we could please try her again. But anyway, this is about the cormorant shags that are in the Panmure Basin. It's not just a local issue because it's a suburban colony which is dying out. It's dying out because of the limited food source in the Panmure Basin, which suffers from poor quality anyway, due to development and sedimentation and other people fishing in the particular area. So these birds are grabbing onto whatever fish they can get in the basin and are getting caught on people's fishing hooks, which they rip out of their necks, and then these birds die. It's very graphic, I do apologise, but that is the situation down there. When I was local board chair, we tried lots of things as local board to keep the colony going, like signage. So that's how I know we've done everything we can from a local perspective to address the situation, which is why I've brought it here to this forum, because, you know, we've got a climate emergency. This is the Environment Committee. There is a ban, and I'm just asking for that regional consistency, which is the whole point of the supercity. What else? Karina Hooper, who was going to speak in public forum, is the lady that has been going down every day and feeding the birds. So I take her observations as opposed to any desk study undertaken, that there continues to be a decline in this bird colony. And so that is what this is about. So really, I don't, you know, I see it's been changed, and basically anything is better than the status quo. So happy to take questions, but really seeking some support from Council to address the situation of this suburban bird colony.
Kia ora, Councillor Bartley, thank you. Karina had been sent the link, and she is online now. I will assume it's okay if we take it slightly out of order and allow Karina her 5 minutes now. Is that fine? So Karina, apologies about the technicalities. If you're on, you can turn your mic and camera on and speak to us.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for letting me join. Okay, so I heard what Josephine said, just the colony is definitely in trouble. The main reasons why a hook ban would be beneficial for the colony and other seabirds in the estuary is the birds are not getting to breeding age. That's the first most important thing. Even though the small amount of breeding birds that are left, they will hatch up to 3 to 5 chicks at a time, normally around 2 or 3 because of the lack of fish. Then you're looking at 7 to 8 weeks where these adults have to look after the babies before they can even fly. After that, you're looking at 10 to 11 weeks feeding these babies, like I said, until they can actually go out on their own. So these adults have got a huge amount of pressure to find food that is already scarce because of the overfishing there. And then you're also looking at these birds are not getting to breeding age. So they may get to the point where they're flying and feeding for themselves. But when it comes to a year and a half old, when they should be breeding, they're not there. They've gone. They've been hooked up in trees because of fishing lines, etc. So that's what the huge problem is. So we have a minimal amount of breeding birds and we're not getting the babies to adult. So that's, yeah.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Karina, for that succinct presentation. I'll just see if there are any questions for you specifically.
Yep.
Councillor Filipaina, a question for Karina?
Tēnā koe Chair. Karina, question is, you used the word hook ban, and we got in the recommendation here, fishing ban. Is there a difference?
I guess, yeah, I mean, you've got to sort of pick your battles. I mean, obviously, set nets have already been banned there. Drift nets should be banned. I mean, I myself personally have seen people down there with a net across the estuary. And because it's not a set net and because they're with it, they're allowed to do it. That is just wrong. I mean, the fish there is tidal. And to have somebody blocking off the canal is just making the problem even bigger. But, you know, I mean, once again, like I said, pick your battles. If somebody's down there with a basket trying to get blue crab, well, that's not actually particularly affecting the colony, if you know what I mean. So, but if they throw in a line, that is going to affect the birds more.
Kia ora, Councillor. Another question for Karina. Councillor Stewart, online.
Hi.
Thank you, Karina. Pleased that you were able to get back on. I was just going to say, with the breeding of the shags, were you also aware that there is a concern about the blue light from the bridge that lights up in the evening and it turns off about 5 a.m. in the morning? There's a lot of the locals are very concerned about the breeding of the shags because of this light that is lighting up during the night. I don't know if you've seen it, but I can actually see it from my home. Yep. Were you aware of that?
I was, and I have been monitoring that. What I've noticed is happening is some of the birds are moving further down the estuary, especially the herons. The herons have found that light quite difficult. And that's really a concern there as well, because these birds, they breed year in, year out in the one nest. And once again, this is putting more pressure on them because now they've got to build another nest. To do that, they have to come down on the ground, and then you have dogs, etc., off lead. So it's sort of like they've been hit from all sides. Yeah.
And Karina, were you also aware that around the Burswood and the Burswood Bridge area, there's a lot of shags around that area, and there's a lot of concern. And I think the iwi have also been a little bit concerned about the shags and the herons because of this. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I mean, it's a really difficult situation because there's so many things going on at the estuary that is actually detrimental to all wildlife there. And yeah, I mean, if we don't start looking after them now, whether it would be looking at what's going on on the other side of the estuary where, you know, you've got all the new bus lane, etc. You've got new lights. When Amity was building it all, I pointed out that these lights have to not shine straight into the shags because, like any bird, I mean, it's sort of like common sense. Every bird needs to roost. They need to rest. If you've got constant lights on these guys, it's not natural. It's not a natural habitat. You know, I mean, they're going to have to live with us, I know, but that's where we have to somehow protect them. Can the lights be turned down a bit? Do they have to be directly shone into where the shags are? Do we need a blue light? What is that for? I mean, you know, can we get rid of that? That's the question.
Right. Well, I've probably got an answer about the blue lights. Apparently, Auckland Transport has said that
Councillor,
done.
Councillor Stewart, we're not giving feedback right now. This is question specifically to the notice of motion, but we can take that probably offline to investigate it.
All right. Well, it's just that Karina did ask that question, so I was just going to tell her.
Cool. Thank you.
I'll have an answer.
Were there any other questions for Karina? No. Okay, thank you so much, Karina. That's been really, really helpful. We will keep in contact with you. Councillor Bartley will be in contact with you over this process, but also whatever happens with this, we'll continue to investigate other opportunities, if there are any, through council processes as well, and whether it's from signage or other issues. So, Councillor Bartley, would you like to move receiving of the receipt of Karina's presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do I have a seconder?
Councillor Stewart.
Councillor Stewart would like to second. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? No, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Karina. You're welcome to stay on the line for the presentation and the notice of motion until it's complete. Thank you. Right, so we'll go back to questions for... Thank you. Questions for Councillor Bartley, and I think we have Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Councillor Bartley, you said that you thought council had tools already to deal with this. So what tool is that?
I was just looking at the Watercare Basin bylaw, which bans fishing in the Watercare Basin, and they have a very healthy bird population down there. So I was just hoping for the same thing for the poor cousins in Panmure.
Oh, so you're thinking that we could make a specific bylaw, because I know that the public safety and nuisance bylaw that covers set netting doesn't deal with that, because it's public safety and nuisance, not animal safety and nuisance. So that might be an avenue, but yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper.
Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to staff, not necessarily to Councillor Bartley. Is that okay?
That's absolutely fine.
Okay. So look, my question is, and I saw an article on TV last night with Great Barrier Island and the Rahui and the application that they're putting in place. What process do we need to go through, Megan, around looking at what Councillor Bartley needs to do around the shag species? Because the word advocating is, from my perspective, is verbal, but I mean, I'm assuming, I don't know whether there's an application process to go through, whether it needs to go, look, I just need to find out what that process is to better, I think, align the recommendation, and that's a suggestion I'll put to Councillor Bartley, depending on your answer. Kia ora.
Kia ora, through the chair. What we've been quite clear in our advice that there is nothing that council can do within its own bylaws or jurisdictions around fishing bans and other matters like that. That all sits with other agencies, particularly Crown agencies. And so what we tried to reference here is that given that this is an issue and assuming the committee agrees, that we would support Councillor Bartley in particular to advocate and work through whatever processes that might be through those Crown agencies. Councillor Bartley could also, of course, speak with iwi as well in terms of Rahui, which obviously is something that they would do if that is something that they wish to. So this is really about us supporting Councillor Bartley in considering this, but we are quite clear that we don't have anything that would meet these needs in council's jurisdiction.
Just supplementary, Chair. So Megan, that advocating, I mean, that includes filling out an application form to those entities, the outside or government entities. I think, Chair, that's all I wanted to sort of try and word, Councillor Bartley, is advocating from my perspective is only verbally assisting you, but if there's an application process, what I'm asking is that the staff will assist Councillor Bartley in an application process. I mean, if that is covered by the word advocating, well then I'm fine with that, but I just wanted to make it clear that it's very similar to what Aotearoa's doing around their rāhui, which is an application process to a Crown organisation. I want to make sure that that's in case that we assist Councillor Bartley in that application process. Kia ora.
Through the chair, I confirm that that's the intention. Yep, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. That's my understanding too, Councillor. The other issue is, I think, Councillor Bartley's also will advocate and work with mana whenua. We can't require or request mana whenua to place a rāhui. They have to lead or choose to do that themselves, but we can support them if that was something they chose to do as well. Next up, Councillor Casey.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I did have a question, but it has been answered, but I would like to make a comment when it's appropriate.
Cool. We'll just go through these last two questions and then we'll come to comments.
Okay.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Stewart.
I've sort of asked some of the questions already. I'll just listen at the moment. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Simpson.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I just wanted to make a couple of things clear. Councillor Bartley referenced, that Ōrākei had some things, and it wasn't so much that you're the poor cousin at all. I just want to explain that Ōrākei basin is a sports basin for water skiing, and it's just not safe to do fishing around a water ski route, which is based on Ōrākei Basin. And added to that, it also has very large flushing gates, which provide quite a drag when they are opened and filled. We have nesting shags at Ōrākei Basin, but it's actually the fishing ban is a health and safety around sport. Thanks.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Simpson. I'll take that as a comment to help. Right, we will go to speaking. I don't think there's any other questions. Did you want to, you've introduced the notice of motion, but if you would like your speaking turn now, Councillor Bartley, if there's anything else you'd like to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I covered it in my introduction about this. So yeah, it was basically, I know Councillor Darby's asking some questions about what kind of bird types. I'm not a bird fanatic. I just know it's an issue that's been in my community for many, many years. Tried to address it as local board. And yeah, I do see the benefits of having these birds around for future generations, and applaud the work that Karina has been doing out of her own pocket to go down to Panmure and feed those birds every day. So yeah, I'm happy for any support from council. It's better than the status quo, and hopefully we can get some action to support looking after these birds. Yeah, which is basically a fishing ban was what this is about. It's not about the blue light. It's about a fishing ban at Panmure Basin.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Casey, you'd like a speaking turn.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just want to support Councillor Bartley and Corinne on any measures that will protect the birds at the Panmure Basin. Councillor Bartley and I have been to Ōrākei Basin. We walked Milo and Susan Boyle around there. It's an amazing public amenity and amazing colonies of pied shags. And we really enjoyed our afternoon there, and I can see exactly why, when you go to the Panmure Basin, you might believe that there's some inequality in terms of protection of birds. And I heard Councillor Desley Simpson explain that. I accept that, but I also think there has to be something better for the birds at Panmure than what we've got. So all power to your elbow, Councillor Bartley and Corinne. Thank you for bringing this to Council's attention and moving it forward. Harness iwi strength as well, and something will happen. Thank you very much for bringing it.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Darby, you'd like a speaking turn.
Oh, just briefly, look, I commend Councillor Bartley for having eyes out for these species. Look, my sidebar inquiry is just inquisitive, really. Look, I'm also aware of this sort of issue, but possibly not to this degree, occurring in other parts of Auckland as well. I'm privileged to live near the coast, and probably at least once or twice a year I notice a shag that you cannot get near, that's hooked up, often through the neck or the bill. And so, look, I think it is something that we do need to look at. I just wondered if I think shag in Māori is kawau. I'm just wondering, maybe the RMSB members could assist us, but maybe we could, backslash the word shag with the Māori name for shag. But I'll leave that in your hands, Chair, and others. Thank you.
That would be up to Councillor Bartley to amend the amended resolution. If that's fine at the moment.
If it's going to help save the birds, sure.
Cool. We'll make sure that we have that changed with the accurate Māori name next to that before the minutes are printed. Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Walker, sorry, just saw your name pop up. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So look, a quick question. Appreciate the presentation. This fishing ban or other such control, would you support that covering off set netting? Because shags will get caught in set nets. The set net is designed to trap fish, and I can tell you when a shag is caught in a set net, it's pretty tragic. So I just wanted to ask either either Josephine Bartley or if there's someone with you on this, Josephine. Thank you.
Councillor Walker, we're well past questions. We're in the debate, but Councillor Bartley did say there was already a set net ban in the Panmure Basin, but thank you for that. Right, I just want to also support Councillor Bartley on this.
Thanks.
She's come to me a number of times over this issue, shown me the horrendous pictures of what's been happening to the colony and the birds, and the need to do something. And I think it's really pertinent and important that you, Councillor Bartley, have put this on the radar officially. And even though this is, the advice is that there isn't the tools within council to do things, that does not preclude us to continuing that investigation offline to see what else is possible. And I take Councillor Simpson's references around the different nature of those two basins and their use, which is probably a complicating factor. But I think there is a way forward. We know that the ministers have been looking at different rahui and protections across Tamaki Makaurau and across the Hauraki Gulf, and our different environmental spaces. More than ever, there are more protections and sort of ideas, and probably also the recognition that we do not have the tools as a country or even a city to sometimes protect species that are quickly disappearing, or colonies that are disappearing. So I think there is this is just another puzzle piece of that puzzle that says that we need to be doing more in this space to protect our species. So thank you very much, Councillor Bartley. I will take it to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Aye. Is there anyone opposed to the motion? Perfect, thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you for that, Councillor Bartley, and we will move to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
Right.
Thank you, officers.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, we have, I think we have Elise Dickler, Chris Thurston, and maybe, I have different names here, as what, if you want to come forward, and then we will It says Jacques as well. I'm not sure if Jacques is here. So if you just want to introduce yourselves and anyone that is helping you along online. For item 10, which is the Watercare and Healthy Waters response to Te Tarakia Tawhiri, Auckland's climate plan.
Kia ora everyone, my name is Lee Steckler. I work in Healthy Waters as part of the Zero Carbon team. I'm here today to present the Watercare Healthy Waters Climate Action Plan. I have Chris Thurston is also joining online, and I also have with me today Tom Mansell, who is Head of Sustainable Outcomes at Healthy Waters.
Sorry, Tom, I couldn't see you with the window open. I couldn't see who was in the shadow there. Kia ora, we do have a presentation. It's coming? Cool, we'll just go through the presentation, and then probably the best thing to do would be questions at the end, if that's all right. So we're just waiting for the presentation to come up on the boards. I'm not sure if you can see it online. Sorry, members. And I'll just see, is Chris online? Ah, hi. Kia ora, Chris. Which dam are you in?
Coming directly from the Hanuas.
Nice.
Mangatapati there in the background.
Oh, great. There we go.
Right, we've got the presentation. So we'll just get you to go through that, and then we'll have questions at the end. Thank you so much.
Sure. So you'll have a copy of the Healthy Waters Watercare Climate Action Plan and memo. The purpose of this presentation today is to just give you an outline of that plan, and I'm just going to particularly focus on some of the progress that we've taken to deliver on some of the actions identified in Te Tarakia Tawhiri, which impact the water system. I'm presenting this climate action plan to you today just to provide transparency and for elected members information. The Climate Action Plan is an operational plan for Healthy Waters and Watercare to deliver on the actions, sub-actions, targets and indicators identified in Te Tarakia Tawhiri, as well as strategic initiatives within our organisations. It is essentially an operational plan. The intended audience is Watercare and Healthy Waters staff, as well as other council whānau staff. The plan was developed through a joint working group of Healthy Waters and Watercare staff. The idea behind the joint approach was to ensure that we took a holistic, that we approached the management of water in a holistic manner, and that we capitalised on all the shared learnings that our two organisations hold and the shared knowledge. So staff from both organisations found the process to be extremely beneficial and productive. So in terms of the operational context, the Climate Action Plan is guided by the strategies set in Te Tarakia Tawhiri and the Auckland Water Strategy. It does not add new strategies or directions, but rather details how those directives will be delivered at an operational level. The plan will be used to inform individual work plans for projects with key responsibilities and timeframes to be developed at a team level. Regular reporting of progress will align with that required by Te Tarakia Tawhiri. Māori partnership is a priority. During the early drafting stages, the Climate Action Plan was presented jointly by Healthy Waters and Watercare staff to the Infrastructure and Environmental Services Kaitiaki Forum and to the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum. Those presentations emphasised that project-based engagement would continue and sought feedback on what Mana Whenua saw as the priorities for implementation of our plan. The primary feedback was a request to obtain a more granular understanding of the impacts for individual iwi, and we'll be following this up with further workshops. Sorry, this is the dullest slide we have, but here we go. To deliver the climate response, the plan follows a format developed by Watercare in its 2019 climate strategy by dividing actions into 14 portfolios, which I've listed above in brief title format. Broadly, the portfolios fall into 5 categories. Māori Partnership is the first one, as work in this space touches all of the portfolios. I'm going to come back to overarching and just jump down to adaptation. This encompasses all the work we do to ensure that we have a resilient water system. Mitigation covers the work we do to reduce emissions. I'm just going to now quickly pass on to Chris, who has an update from Watercare in this space.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you very much, Lee. I just wanted to take a quick moment here to reiterate the targets within Te Taurukia Tāwhiri are enormously ambitious, as Dr. Mairi J provided to us earlier, but also incredibly necessary. It's not going to be an easy task for us to curb our increasing emissions whilst Auckland's population grows, as well as the investment in our services and assets increases. However, reducing our emissions by 50% by 2030, only 7.5 years away, is actually what's necessary, and we're actually committed to that, and it's what this plan and the details here do builds into our work. The mitigation portfolios are the basis for how that's going to be achieved, and there is more detail underneath it, and in particular on Watercare's side, a large focus on our wastewater processing. This is where there are significant greenhouse gases from methane and nitrous oxide, which are more potent than carbon dioxide, so a significant focus for us in that area. Bearing all of this in mind, I did want to highlight that we expect our emissions to slightly increase in the next 3 years amidst our growing asset management plan, as well as the population growth, and whilst the emission reduction projects and investments that we are taking over these years take effect. However, through this plan, we do see that that stronger reductions leading to achieving the targets by 2030 will be achieved, and especially with more steeper reductions between 2025 and 2030. So thank you for the opportunity just to provide that little bit of detail, because I believe it's important whilst we provide you with this overarching plan. Back to you, Lee and Tom.
Great. So just jumping back up to the overarching ones, so those portfolios covers work which impacts both adaptation and mitigation actions. And finally, our engagement portfolios cover work to empower community-led climate projects and empowering our own workforce to embed climate change thinking into their decision-making. So the bulk of the plan addresses specific actions identified in Te Taurukia Tāwhiri that impact the water system and provide detail on how Healthy Waters and Watercare are responding. Each of those actions is then linked back to one or more of the 14 portfolios. This portion of the plan is the live section and will be updated as more and more projects and actions are undertaken. I'm just going to take you through a couple of examples of the work that Healthy Waters and Watercare are doing. Please note that this is only a snapshot of some of the work we do to address the actions in Te Taurukia Tāwhiri. I've just highlighted here action N4, which is about maximising carbon capture and identifying opportunities for businesses and individuals to contribute to sequestration schemes in the region. Healthy Waters has recently undertaken a mapping exercise to identify blue carbon sequestration sites across Auckland, identifying coastal areas where there is potential to be regenerated as salt marsh, seagrass and mangrove ecosystems, which have been shown to sequester vast amounts of carbon. As part of this work, Healthy Waters are exploring opportunities to work with landowners to retire unproductive land and are looking to register their sites with voluntary carbon credit schemes. Watercare, in addition to their tree planting in the Hanua Ranges, is undertaking planting and riparian management activities on their treatment plant buffer zones, and like Healthy Waters, has commenced work to start measuring the sequestration rates of these ecosystems. Action B2 relates to the built environment and ensuring that infrastructure is designed to minimise climate risk and emissions. So Watercare and Healthy Waters both measure the carbon in all of our infrastructure projects using the carbon portal, which assesses the embodied carbon in infrastructure. The carbon portal enables designers to see where the biggest impacts of carbon come from and make changes to their designs so they can design out that carbon as far as possible. In terms of adaptation work, Watercare and Healthy Waters are working to model the impacts of sea level rise in collaboration with Auckland Council's Resilient Land and Coast team, and this work will assist with decisions for protect or retreat and will form part of the shoreline adaptation plans. B4 is about alternative water supplies to address population growth. Watercare are doing a lot of work in this space. I've just highlighted one recent initiative which they have established, a recycled water team to focus on opportunities for purified recycled water. And this is in addition to all the modelling work Watercare undertake to understand climate impacts on yield and demand changes. From Healthy Waters' perspective, in addition to promoting the use of rainwater tanks, Healthy Waters is delivering a 3-year rural water supply emergency response program. This involves upgrading community facilities to enable emergency water for properties with rain tanks. And finally, Action E5 is about working with businesses and suppliers to reduce emissions and climate risk through the supply chains. So Healthy Waters has recently modified its Sustainable Outcomes Toolkit to incorporate and give further weight to actions that reduce carbon in its procurement process. Watercare, through its partnership with, has a partnership for delivering infrastructure with Fulton Hogan and Fletcher Construction that is based on goals of reducing carbon emissions, reducing cost, improving health, safety and wellbeing outcomes. So those are just 4 actions that I have highlighted from Te Tarukia Tawhiri that Healthy Waters and Watercare are acting on. The Climate Action Plan identifies 15 actions in total that Watercare and Healthy Waters are contributing to and details various projects and programs both organisations have in place to address these actions. The Climate Action Plan does acknowledge that water reform is scheduled for 2024 and that would trigger a review of this plan. We anticipate that the plan and the framework could be taken forward as a template for a new entity, for use by a new entity A, acknowledging that the plans of the Northern Regional Councils for climate change would need to be incorporated. That is the end of my presentation. I will now pass back to Chris from Watercare if he's got any additional comments. Otherwise, I'm happy to take questions. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Lee. Just a final comment to make that from our perspective, it's been a really positive process and the relationships that we've built and are continuing to build with Healthy Waters have furthered our working relationships, and we really recognise that water knows no boundaries, and especially in the climate change space where water is one of the most impacted and significant areas, bringing the expertise from Healthy Waters along with Watercare has been really beneficial. So thank you to Lee and your team and for the support that we've received. Thank you. Look forward to questions.
Kia ora, thank you so much, and thank you for the Lee, Tom and Chris for the presentation and all the work that you and your teams have been doing on this. It's been exciting to see little progress on the way and just the relationship being built there, but how significant kind of the work across Tamaki Makaurau is already happening, but what you're planning ahead is also very, very, very important. But I think there's many co-benefits for the climate. It's actually, some of these projects end up being more cost effective, and the big infrastructure projects like Te Ara Awataha, that's providing a lot more public space, but also providing, issues around flooding, preventing flooding, improving water quality, but also has those really important climate benefits too. So I'm just seeing it all coming together, and it's pretty exciting for our city. So we've got some questions. Mia Goff?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think this question's probably to Watercare, so to Chris. You've set out that you're going to reduce construction emissions by 40% by 2025. And I was just wondering if you can elaborate on how you were hoping to achieve that. That's 3 years away. I presume it's not by cutting construction, but by doing it differently. But you'll set me right if I'm wrong on that.
Kia ora, Mia Goff. Thank you very much for the question. It is an ambitious target, but one that we do believe we're on track for. Let me just clarify the details of the target before I go into how we're looking to achieve it. The target covers our asset management plan for the period from 2018 to 2029. So effectively that 10-year asset management plan, and by 2025 we will have the approaches in place to reduce the carbon by 40%, noting that construction won't actually start for many of these projects and still for that asset management plan until later in that decade. So a project might start in 2028 or even 2029, but by 2025 we will have done the work to analyse the different options and assessments for those projects. So there are a few different ways. One, you review the project in the first place and see whether assets and infrastructure are the required option to deliver that outcome. I think I've presented on this previously. Often it is, so you have to look at the reuse of existing assets to see whether you can achieve the reductions within that. And if you can use existing assets, often you can get approximately a 60% reduction in infrastructure. Once you are building infrastructure, you look at the materials that you're using, especially concrete and steel, and we're looking at opportunities for between 40 up to 40 and 50% reductions in those materials. Once you've done materials, you start looking at building techniques, then you look at the equipment that you use, etc., and you go down a long list of ways that you can reduce emissions. For some projects, it is true that we won't be able to achieve the entirety of a 40% reduction on an individual project. That might be the nature of the project, the ground, the assets, etc. But over the program, we believe that we will be able to deliver that outcome. And the tools that we use, the Moana Carbon Portal, which has been referenced already, and additional work that we're doing with Healthy Waters across the carbon dashboard will support that both for our projects but also for other projects of the council family.
Just a supplementary to that, Mr. Chair. So, obviously there's a lot of carbon embedded in concrete and steel, but having opened one or two Watercare projects, there's a hell of a lot of concrete and steel there. What are your alternative products, or are you looking at alternative ways of creating that concrete and steel?
Yeah, there's three parts to it. First is, can we reduce the absolute volume? So do you actually need to use as much concrete and steel in the first place? And that might be by using an existing asset or not building at all. The second is about alternative materials. So normally that's in pipelines. There's new materials coming online that we are trialling and we already do use, and we're looking to expand the use of those. And then finally, it's about when we do use concrete, can you add additional cementatious materials into that are low carbon? So that's about taking the cement component of concrete and changing that from being cement to other materials, which pumice is an example that you can use, which helps reduce the carbon embodied within that particular set of concrete. And trials of that are already starting.
Thank you, Mayor Goff. I don't know if it's appropriate, Tom, is there anything you want to speak about the tools you've been working on in that sort of tendering contracting area of, it was just might be of interest, or it might not be appropriate here, I don't know. Okay, cool. Thank you. Member Wilson.
Kia ora. Thank you, Tom and Lee. Look, my question was looking even at a high level and knowing that it's an action plan at the notion of partnerships, Māori partnerships, and how they would work, because I'm understanding you're primarily engaging with the I&ES forum, which to all intents and purposes is not a governance, partnerships belongs with the governance. So I'm wondering what the thinking is, I suppose, even at a high level, in terms of this action plan around what is the intention, and amongst everything else that Māori governors or leaders are required to do. What's your thinking around how you will, at a high level, look at Māori partnerships and what it actually means in this space?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So when we approached the forums, it was very much to acknowledge that we were coming to them with an enormous plan, and it was going to be quite an overwhelming undertaking to say, oh, this is a partnership arrangement, because at an individual level, all of these projects that fall within our work, we will continue with the project-based engagement in that manner. But the idea of partnering was to say, well, where are your priorities in how we implement this plan? Because we've come up with the idea of portfolios, and we wanted to find out where their biggest, the concerns that they had, and make sure that they were incorporated. So it was really about ensuring that the partnership that we already have on all of our projects that we do would continue, but we're just putting an emphasis on this climate action and being incorporated into each and every one of those projects, and making sure that those those forums are operational, and that's why we go to them, that they understood this is our overall sort of implementation of the Auckland water strategy and Te Taruki Atawhiri. That was our approach.
Thank you. Someone promoted me above my pay band there in terms of councillor, but that aside, can I just, if I can, Mr. Chair, can I just tease that out further? So you do have, alongside adaptation, mitigation, and the like, you have Māori partnerships. So I'm just trying to get a sense, if you acknowledge that it doesn't exist at a kaitiaki level, how you're anticipating getting that. Or how you're anticipating engaging that when you're engaging with kaitiaki. That, I guess that's the question I was looking at.
That was actually some of the feedback that we got, and that we need to perhaps workshop further how we actually take forward the partnership at this more higher level. Because while we're doing it at project by project level, the higher level beyond the Kaitiaki Forum, that was exactly the kind of feedback we got, and we are trying to work through that further to find a solution. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Just pushing through one more. So what's the work through for that? What are you anticipating in doing to give flesh to the bones of partnerships, Māori partnerships, because it's right up there. So what's the thinking?
So, Councillor Wilson, the only thing I can add is that each of, within Healthy Waters and in Watercare, we each have Māori outcomes teams that we do work with, who are coming to the table with us when we're presenting this operational plan and trying to put, like you said, flesh on the bones. It's not just a simple word of Māori partnership. It's something that we're very keen to ensure that it is encompassed and taken forward. And I'm afraid I can only give you this kind of high-level answer to your question at this point, but it is something that is certainly on our radar. Kia ora.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would expect that Independent Māori Stat Board Secretariat could aid in potentially a way forward. It's just a question I thought would be readily answered. But if I can say to the presenters, thank you very much. I'm sure the Secretariat would be happy in aiding, in pointing, and pointing in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wilson. I was about to say the same thing. So I think, as far as I can see it, there is good engagement project level directly with mana whenua, but I understand what Member Wilson's not a councillor. She's obviously on the Independent Māori Statutory Board, but she's offering up the Secretariat to help ensure we're engaging across all levels. I know you have engaged with the Mana Whenua Kaitiaki Forum as well as the INES Forum, both?
Yeah, they're both the Watercare and Healthy Waters operational Kaitiaki forums.
So I think we can accept there's good engagement at the project level, but I think we just need to ensure that for the plan, even though it's operational, it comes from Te Taruki Atawhiri, that there's still clear buy-in from all Mana Whenua and Mātāwaka in whatever. If this is a new space, then that needs to be directed. But I think Member Wilson said that the Independent Māori Statutory Board Secretariat and staff would be eager to help in that space.
We're very grateful, thank you.
Thank you. Don't want to paraphrase you, Member Wilson, but I just thought I'd ensure we are getting it moved forward.
Sounds good, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thanks for the presentation. How soon will you be assigning emission reduction quantities to your work so that we can monitor it and manage it and effectively have a target that's robust at this point, but also moving and dynamic?
Well, from Healthy Waters' perspective, we are using the carbon dashboard to track our emissions. And what we're doing there is plugging into that calculator our forward work program. So we're going to have an idea of our carbon emissions over the next 10 years, and then a real appreciation of what our footprint is in the long term, which we can then aid with our planning of our asset management plans and the budget that we might need to set aside to be dealing with that carbon.
And Chris, did you want to
just got
I'll just see if Chris can answer that question too, Councillor Walker, because I know Watercare are also already doing that work. If you just want to answer Councillor Walker's question, Chris.
Got it. Thank you. There's a couple of ways where they'll turn up. One of them is the reporting that we do through Te Tariki Tawhiri. So it does get centralised, not just through the individual components. So Watercare in particular will be sharing our progress with the existing reporting protocols that are being established there. On top of that, we have you will see Watercare's statement of intent for the first time will be including a performance measure on climate change for the next 3 years, which is performance against greenhouse gas targets. So those will be reported on regularly and for the next 3 years towards that longer term target. And there are plans that sit in behind that demonstrate projects that work towards those individual SOI targets.
Okay, just a couple of related questions. So the person that just spoke before you mentioned the carbon calculator. Is that the piece of work that Matthew Blakey referred to somewhat earlier that Becca Carter was doing some work on to customise something for Auckland, an Auckland data set?
I believe that's actually a different tool that Matthew's talking about, which is one that's going to be run through the Chief Sustainability Office.
Okay, so are these tools compatible?
I think what the carbon dashboard tool is a tool which measures the embodied carbon in infrastructure, and it's at the moment pretty much dominated with a library of like horizontal assets, so it's pipes and associated infrastructure with buildings, stormwater and wastewater assets, so it won't be sort of like vertical buildings, that type of detail. So it's very specific to our business.
So are you in touch with Matthew Blakey about the tool that he's working on and is costing us some money?
Yes.
Okay, and just the related question. If I make the assumption, and I think it's a pretty good one, that there are huge financial savings from reducing carbon, because there's a direct correlation between carbon and dollars, is it also possible to identify what those savings are? Because effectively all of these things come back to a business case that needs to be dramatically accelerated. I'll repeat that, dramatically accelerated. And if your commercial proposition, then that accelerates things more than anything, okay? So will that be the case?
So what we are doing is tracking the carbon saving, and where we're from now to each year we're going to be tracking that, and there's a direct correlation between that and cost. So that will, but also what we'll find is there'll be the carbon hungry assets will cost more, because there will be a cost to this carbon to sequester, and Lee mentioned that earlier. We're looking for those opportunities. So yeah, I'm not sure if that answered the question.
Okay, and just last thing, can you email your material that you presented, because I didn't see it in Nexus and I really appreciate a copy of it. Thank you very much.
Of course. We can do that for you, Councillor Walker. Thank you. Right. I just had two questions. One, how will we have, or do we have any of the case studies? Sort of, I'm thinking Te Aonga, where Te Ara Awataha going forward, the Arakiri, the Awakiri wetlands. Whereas I imagine there's cost savings in there. There's massive carbon savings because we're using natural soakage and features to prevent flooding instead of massive concrete channels as we may have used before. Surely are there already good examples that we can kind of showcase that are saving everywhere?
Yeah, we have data now that that has shown what the carbon savings were with some of those projects, and I'd be happy to put together a little case study showing where all those savings were gained. That'd
be fantastic. And also I imagine there are cost savings as well as other biodiversity benefits attached to the infrastructure.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, in the operations side, if you're not trucking materials off-site, which happened at a lot of these projects, they were reused on-site. You're saving on the carbon associated with the vehicle movements as well. So the savings came from all sorts of different activities, and I'd be delighted to showcase them.
That'd be awesome.
Also, what the carbon portal will do, it will favour the more green assets. For one, it's less carbon to build, but also the planting, they sequester carbon throughout their life cycle. So we'll put more cost incentives for the greener assets for treating our stormwater.
Thank you very much. And this might be more specifically for Chris, but I know both departments need to be doing this. But in the waste space, obviously, that's a big chunk of the emissions for Watercare. Chris, how are you moving forward on, reducing waste to landfill and ensuring you're using the right quantum of materials without wastage, etc.? Because that's quite a big one for the council family, a big issue for the council family on our emissions profile.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Waste is definitely a component of our emissions profile, which we interrogate the hotspots of. The largest component is one of the outcomes of the wastewater process, and that's biosolids. And in some instances, biosolids do go to landfill. Fortunately, the vast majority of biosolids do not go to landfill and are part of the Pukatutu Island Rehabilitation Project. So that supports that. However, we are aware, and one of the parts of this action plan in the depths of the details is about the future of biosolids and how we treat it to significantly reduce the volume that's created. Technologies such as thermal hydrolysis support the significant reduction associated with the creation of biosolids during the treatment process. The second area that I'd highlight is within the construction phase, and there is waste to landfill associated with construction that is a significant impact for the Auckland region. And as a large construction organisation with many large assets that are being constructed, we do have to consider that. So we're looking at recycled crushed aggregate for the pipe bedding materials associated with many of our projects, and that's on top of that, the collection of data is our primary focuses to ensure that we can track it and make sure that we're doing something positive with it. Fortunately, that's also an area where often it's more cost effective to do something positive with it than send it to landfill. So that incentive exists and is one that we encourage and are doing more work on already.
Perfect, thank you. I have no more questions, so we will let you all move away from the table, and we thank you very much for the presentations. And Councillor Cooper, I know you've been involved and very interested in this work. Did you want to move this?
Yes, thank you. And just to note the really good relationship between our staff, and I hope that also, just to say this is that I hope that with this we can really embed this into the new water entity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper, and I'd like to second this one, if that's all right. And I'll just speak briefly too, just once again acknowledging both the Healthy Waters and Watercare teams and working together, really deeply embedding Te Tarakia Tāwhiri, working across both families. Well, we're one big whānau, but also ensuring this work is there for the city, no matter what happens going forward, whatever the entity or the future looks like. This will be a really good place to start, I guess. We've already started the work, but for a new entity to already have this together combined with our hopes and dreams in there, and I'm sure whatever the leadership or governance of that model is, that they will be following, they'd be silly to throw out this work. Just really want to acknowledge on project by project basis that the work is obviously changing. You can see it in the projects that are being placed around the city, that the work is happening around biodiversity, around those carbon sinks, but also reducing waste, but also reducing costs. So even if you're not a big supporter of climate action and reducing our emissions, which we all are unanimously supportive of that, but it also reduces costs and also brings many other improvements into our city and communities and neighbourhoods. So just want to acknowledge all the work there, and it is very obvious, but there's a lot more work to do. So the more data and the more ways we can attack that problem will be better for our city. So thank you very much. We have one last speaker, Councillor Walker.
Sure, just really an observation. In the earlier climate action plan that I was involved with in Len Brown's first term 10 years ago, we did quite a lot of work on this. So we had an action plan around water and wastewater. Watercare was involved with that. So I just hope that you're picking up on some of that material that was 10 years ago now. And obviously we've lost quite a bit of opportunity in the meantime. So just make that observation, Mr. Chair. And the other observation I'd make is I would hope that the tools that we're using for measuring embodied carbon and the like are tools that we can lift from other cities, because there are many cities that have developed these tools sometimes, often on a collaborative basis, quite some years ago. And we could, we could obtain the software for nothing. So I just hope that we are doing that so we can make the boat go faster, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Right, all those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you all very much. And we'll now just take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back at 11:34. Cool. Thank you very much. Just go have a cup of tea and be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Thank you. Right. If we can get everyone back to their seats and their mute buttons. A little bit delay getting back because Councillor Filipina and others brought out a cake with candles that we did not blow on because of the pandemic. Right, we have hopefully online Ross and Harry and Paul and Claudia for the item 11. Just check if we have whoever is leading us through the next one. I could see Ross in the harbour there. Right, so we've got the Natural Hazards Risk Management Action Plan. We have a presentation on this, and who will have the controls? Will Ross or? Ross. Okay, cool. So Ross, you should have the ability to share and the controls there. We'll just go through the presentation and then have questions at the end if that's easier.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Richard. I don't actually have permissions to share at the moment, so while that's loading up, I'll do the introduction. So, kia ora, Karos Roberts, Tuku Ingoa. Presenting with me today is Claudia Harford, who's our Principal Geotechnical and Natural Hazards Specialist and does, to be honest, most of the hard work on NHR map. And Claudia and I are based in the Resilient Land and Coast Department. There we go. It looks like I've got permission now. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. With us today, we've also got in the background Paul Kleinack, the General Manager of Resilient Land and Coast. And this is our regular 6-monthly update on the Natural Hazard Risk Management Action Plan. So we first presented NHR Map to this committee in June last year, and the purpose of the Natural Hazards Risk Management Action Plan is to coordinate activities within Auckland Council. So it's an internally facing document that outlines Auckland's natural hazard risk, and it describes the activities that we're undertaking to mitigate that risk. NHR Map is one component of Auckland Council's natural hazard risk management approach, and it sits alongside other strategic documents that are equally important. So the intent of NHR Map is not to duplicate the work that's described in those documents, but to fill the gaps in between them. And it sits alongside the Civil Defence Group Plan, which is why there are no actions in here focused on civil defence emergencies. It's presented in 3 sections, and the key parts are part 1, which gives an overview of the 10 natural hazards of most significant to Auckland, and part 2, which outlines the function areas across Auckland Council that play a role in natural hazard risk management and describes the tasks that they'll be undertaking to manage that risk. And there's also a set of appendices that give more details on the statutory framework. So these are the 10 natural hazards described in part 1. Here ordered from left to right by how frequently they occur. And part 1 was developed to inform decision making, provide a shared understanding of the risks that affect us and the impacts they might have on Auckland. And it's intended this risk assessment will be updated approximately every 5 years. So we're a few years off our next update for this part of the document yet. Part 2 is much more detailed, and part 2 describes all the tasks and actions that are being undertaken across Council. It's really important to emphasise at this point that NHR Map is a communication and collaboration tool. And as such, it doesn't own or direct any of the projects listed in part 2. Each of those projects will have its own governance structure, its own reporting requirements in addition to this high-level reporting, and they're not necessarily delivered out of our team. So this is an across-council thing, and the work we're describing here is happening in various parts of Council. These are 2 particular highlights I wanted to bring up since our last report to you, which was in December. The publication of our liquefaction hazard layer, which has been developed in accordance with Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment guidelines. Auckland Council really led the way on this, started our mapping earlier than any other council, and has been followed by councils around the country now. So we have region-wide hazard mapping for this, which is really helping to inform development in Auckland, making sure it's being done in the most resilient way possible. And the Whangaparo Shoreline Adaptation Plan, which has been to this committee. I'm sure you know all the details of this quite well. The first of 20, which will be published covering the full Auckland region and sets the direction for development of assets on public land all around the coast. So since the endorsement of the plan in June 2021, there's been good progress made on many of the plan's tasks. At the moment, we've got 55, which is 71% of them, showing as green. They're on track. 12 of them, about 15%, are amber, and that's primarily because of delays related to staff availability and COVID-19. We describe things as being amber when they're delayed by potentially 3 months, in that sort of order of magnitude. what we've presented here is a series of coloured red, amber, green charts, just showing against each of the actions and tasks how our progress is, and you can see that there's a lot of green on the chart. All the detail is in the report, and because there's 31 of these, I won't go through them all today. It would take far too long, but they're all presented there. You can see that there's good progress being made across all the different areas. Some of the highlights that I want to point out, the Risk and Assurance Department is commencing work on updating the risk appetite statement, including the incorporation of natural hazard risk into the framework. That's because the current risk appetite framework states that Auckland Council has no appetite for risk to life, and that's a physical impossibility. Whenever we get out of bed, there's always some risk, even if it's very small, and that made it impossible to align natural hazard decisions to our risk management framework. So Risk and Assurance are working hard to resolve that issue. The Natural Hazard Risk Management Action Team are working with the Maori Outcomes Advisors in our department to develop a strategy for mana whenua engagement regarding the best way to effectively embed Te Ao Māori into the Natural Hazards Risk Management Action Plan. And that's an ongoing piece of work that will continue for the life of the project. And Claudia will tell us a bit more about that towards the end of this presentation. We're also looking at, completely separately, a project to consider how natural hazard areas are involved as a qualifying matter in the assessment when development is proposed. This is our feedback into the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, and it looks like that has been well received. So we're increasingly confident that the National Policy Statement for Urban Development won't be causing extra problems in natural hazard zones because of the way it's been developed. And the final one I want to highlight is phase 2 of the Cumulative Loss Modelling project, which is looking at the level of asset damage and loss that could be experienced by Auckland Council. At the moment, due to earthquake shaking and floods, which are the priorities for our insurance purposes, future phases will look at other hazards as well. And these are really important bits of information we need to understand exactly what our exposure is so that we can manage it in the best way possible. So those are my key highlights. There's a few more in the report, but those are the ones that really stand out as most important for this committee. We have, as part of this update, been doing a fair bit of consultation, and we've consulted with natural hazard experts from academia, infrastructure providers, all the lifeline utilities, and Crown Research Institutes to help us make sure that we're focusing on the right areas, making sure our natural hazards research is appropriate and focused on where the need is for the future. And this shows the responses that we've received. So a bigger blue bar is the high priority areas, where the areas of Shinstad to the right, and a bigger orange is areas that the experts consider are low priority. And this is good news for us. It really supports that our current research priorities, which are focused on coastal hazards, land instability, flooding, and volcanic hazards, are right. We're looking at the right areas. There's quite a lot of work happening as well on tsunami, but that's more through the Civil Defence Group, because it really is their priority area. It's something that they're managing already. So there's a lot of work happening there. So it looks like our research is happening in the appropriate areas, and we'll keep refreshing this and making sure that we're using our time and funds appropriately. The final bit I want to talk to you about is our self-assessment scorecard. This is Appendix C of the report, and this is a summarised version of it. We use this to help us identify where we need to do more work, and we use it to inform the gap analysis that we do whenever we update NHR map. So we've defined 12 key performance indicators to help us focus on those key areas, and we will continue to improve these alongside the plan. So we take feedback on these KPIs, make sure that they're the most appropriate. And each time we provide an update, we refresh this self-assessment using input across the council. And for this update, we've incorporated input from technical experts outside council as well to make sure that we've got a validation on the work we're doing. So this really presents how well we think we're doing for each hazard, as well as presenting how our work on the hazard should be prioritised. You can see in here that, for example, flooding is ranked third in our priority list because it's the one that has the relatively high combination of risk and consequence. But there's lots of scores in the 4s and 5s there to suggest that there's a lot of work happening in the area. We have a reasonable handle on it, although we know it's an area that we need to continue working on. It will always be a problem for us in Auckland. Whereas if we look at the other end of the spectrum, tornado, it's an area where we have relatively little work, but it's a lower priority for us because it's not one that we have much ability to control. And so because we have very little ability to control it, the benefits of researching it and doing more work on it are limited. However, I think it's fair to say that this has highlighted to us that more work is needed on that particular area. And now I'm going to pass to Claudia to talk about our focus for the next 6 monthly period.
Thank you, Ross. Just going through the first point, a key focus for the next 6 months for our team is to work with mana whenua to embed Te Ao Māori principles into the action plan. 2 senior Māori outcomes advisors joined the team earlier this year to provide strategic guidance and to help us liaise with the Independent Māori Statutory Board Secretariat. Our Māori Outcomes advisors are very experienced in developing climate resilience-focused partnerships with mana whenua, and we're pretty confident that their involvement will accelerate the delivery of this task. In May of this year, we began early consultation with the IMSB Secretariat. They subsequently directed us to continue engagement at an operational level with the INES Forum. And there are plans to present NHR map to the INES Forum after August this year. In terms of gaps analysis, in the coming months, we'll be focusing on identifying gaps in the action plan. As Ross mentioned a few minutes ago, we have consulted with natural hazard experts externally and within council to help us determine our focus in the immediate future. So the focus for the coming months is to work towards incorporating that feedback into the relevant parts of the action plan. We'll also be consulting more widely within council to capture any tasks or action linkages and overlaps that may not already be reflected in the plan. And this could result in additional actions being reported in the next period. And lastly, our last focus, well, one of our key focuses, is to refine project scopes. There are currently about 20 actions in the plan that are either in scoping phase or yet to begin in the next financial year. The focus will be in the coming months will be on refining these scopes so that the action leads are in a strong position to deliver the projects, and the NHR MAP team is in a position to support them where necessary. Yes, and we're now open for questions if anybody has any.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Ross and Claudia and teams. Do I have any questions? Not yet. Member Wilson first, from the IMSB.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm just looking at the tasks, which include task 4, for instance, and task 30, where they're the tasks are specifically looking at mana whenua aid. I guess my first question is, what, if any, resource will be made available, because they seem to configure themselves into this action plan? So that's my first partai.
I'll make a start on that. So through the chair, our first priority for this was to engage external support to act as a liaison. So we have engaged Martin Tamani, who will be supporting the mana whenua groups we're working with to make sure that their availability is suitably resourced and they don't have to do so much of the work themselves. By acting as an intermediary, he's going to be able to take the bulk of the workload and facilitate both sides of the conversation to make sure that the work is efficient and that time is well spent. And I'll pass to Claudia to build on that.
In task 30 relates to the cultural and Māori heritage. Is that correct? Does my memory serve me right?
Aye.
Yes. So that's really driven by the planning team, and I believe that they've made good progress in terms of setting up processes to deliver their task.
Thank you. So I'm hearing one in terms of advisory that is a mana whenua member, but their task, do you mean, is to go across the wide range of mana whenua? I'm not understanding how they can potentially garner a response on behalf of 19.
Yeah, Kira, through the chair, it's important we separate out the various different roles happening here. So when I was talking about the role of Martin Tamuni, his role is working with the NHR MAP team to help us embed Te Ao Māori into NHR MAP. But NHR MAP is a collation tool. It's a collaboration tool that summarises many other projects. And a lot of those other projects will have their own governance structure and their own engagement policy and their own engagement approach. Each of those is not reliant on the NHR MAP resources that we're talking here. They have their own resources, and Task 30 is one of those examples. Unfortunately, because we don't have a representative of that project here with us, with so many projects, we couldn't bring them all in. We can't talk too much about the details because we don't know everything that they are working on, but they are, I understand, working and engaging with mana whenua, but we haven't got the details here of how that is occurring.
Okay, I suppose I'll just say then, I know it's a comment as opposed to a question, but just to round that off, it's pleasing to hear that you're working with the Secretariat. There are, in terms of partnerships, they need to be examined, even though this is an action plan, at a higher level. So I'll leave it there, Mr. Chair, in the sense that I think it would be advisable to continue with the Secretariat and get them to support you in terms of what's required to be achieved here. Thank you.
Kia ora, Member Wilson, completely agree. I guess building on Member Wilson's question, how does this, you've mentioned it a little bit, but how does it interrelate with the shoreline adaptation plans? Because I know that that's, built in very closely with mana whenua, mata waka in those spaces. How does this action plan kind of feed in both ways for the shoreline adaptation plans when you're doing each part of the coast, I guess?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So the shoreline adaptation plans are one project that will report into this action plan, or reports to you through this action plan, as well as their other reporting lines. The intent is of the National Hazard Risk Management Action Plan is to summarise the activities that are happening across councils so that the whole of council knows what's going on and we don't end up with duplication of effort or gaps between effort because people assume that someone else is doing it. So the shoreline adaptation plans are the doing. This is the summarising of what's happening across council. And so you will see in this report, it summarises what's going on with the shoreline adaptation plans, and that allows other parts of council to understand what's happening. But this action plan does not direct the shoreline adaptation plans in what to do. It's a summary and a collaboration tool.
Thank you. And which data do you use on the coastal hazards, the inundation and the erosion, when you've had several different maps come out, and you had the NZ sea level rise come out a couple months ago that didn't necessarily match with the National Adaptation Plan. And when we're trying to talk about one set of data to use to inform the hazards, how are you doing that?
That's a fantastic question, yes. Ensuring that we have quality, valid, up-to-date natural hazard data is one of the core roles of the plan, and make sure that we have a shared understanding, and that's what part one is all about. And we keep our natural hazard data sets up to date. Whenever things change, we improve them, we resolve them, we find issues with them. It's worth noting, specifically with relation to the NZ Sea Rise project, that the hazard has not changed as a result of the NZ Sea Rise project, and the data that we're using in the shoreline adaptation plans is within the range presented by the NZ Sea Rise project. So it wasn't a surprise to us. It presented more detail than has been presented previously, but we are already dealing with the same order of magnitude of sea level rise that was presented in the NZ Sea Rise project's data. So that hasn't been, the data we're using hasn't been superseded by that. And there are some issues with the NZ Sea Rise project which suggests that we shouldn't jump in and be using that immediately. There's more work to done to verify it. So we have what we believe is the best data available. and we have a work programme to continue to develop new data sets as things change. A good example is coastal inundation, where we continue to evolve the data sets we have. We're getting better quality data all the time, and there's another improvement due in about 2 months. So our data is improving as the science improves, and we're using the best available.
Thank you. And my last question, you mentioned the MPSUD, and I had been a bit of a broken record on this around the density protections around the coast. So you believe that what we are presenting and what we will be presenting to the commissioners in our plan change is sufficient to protect our coast with the coastal inundation and the coastal erosion, the dropping down that density essentially?
So I'm not a planner, but my understanding is that what has been presented is the best that is achievable within the framework of the MPSUD. But there are other things going on at the same time, which will further reinforce our resilience against particularly coastal hazards. So, for example, there is a plan change being prepared to implement the changes to the hazard zones. Currently, hazard zones are shown in the unitary plan for coastal erosion, particularly in the cliff areas, in a way which is not compatible with the best available science. And so last year we published a report giving new hazard lines. And this year, the Plans and Places team are doing a fantastic piece of work to implement that into the unitary plan, so that instead of using the old definitions, we'll be using the current, much more valuable definitions, which are different, and will give us a much more robust basis for pushing back against developments in inappropriate places.
Right, so that low density zoning you think that's sufficient data for that low density zoning around our coasts and cliffs?
In conjunction with the other work that's going on, yes.
Yeah, cool. Thank you very much. There are no more questions. So thank you very much for your work and all the work your teams are doing in quite a broad...
Are you there? I had a question. I indicated in the chat.
So,
that's okay?
Sorry, Councillor Walker, I don't have access to the chat. We just missed that. Apologies. Councillor Walker, questions?
Sure. So, look, a couple of quick questions. First off, as far as risk is concerned, given that risk is a function of probability times magnitude, do you have the information on that? So actually breaking things down, because the magnitude is probably relatively stable, doesn't change too much unless you have more development in an area. So it's the probability that changes. And the reason I'm asking that question is if we've got access to that, then that enables us to obviously reevaluate the risk on that basis. So do you have that data set?
Through the chair, Kira, yes, we do. And it's constantly evolving. So NHR Map Part 1 presents the preliminary understanding of the probability and the magnitude of all those 10 various different natural hazards. And it presents them over a range of different timescales. One of the challenges we have when comparing natural hazards is that there's different qualities of data, different qualities of science available for each one. So a direct comparison can be quite challenging, but an attempt has been made at that.
Okay.
I mentioned earlier about
sure.
the cumulative loss modelling project, and that will be a step change in our understanding for this because, as you rightly say, risk is a function of probability and magnitude. It's also a function of the assets that you have, your exposure to
Sure. So what was the project you mentioned?
Cumulative loss modelling.
Say again?
It's called the Cumulative Loss Modelling Project, and it's being run by the Risk and Assurance team. And that is a project which takes the best available probabilistic hazard information and models it overlaying on assets. And that can be used to look at physical assets owned by council. It can be used to look at residential property. It can be used to look at environmental
okay,
assets.
Excellent. If that's available, if you could send me a link to it, that'd be great. The other question I've got, which goes to hazards, is around the impact of storm surge and flooding events that are associated. That's particularly current right now in Sydney, and the reason I'm asking that is they're quite distinct from sea level rise. The underlying causality is the same, but sea level rise has got an inherent lag. Storm surges and the like, given that they relate to, in storm events, lower barometric pressure and so on, are far more immediate. So are you looking at the risks of storm surge and flooding events as distinct from sea level rise?
Through the chair, yes, we are. There is a lot of research happening in New Zealand to look at how climate change will affect storm events in New Zealand. The NIWA is the lead agency on that one, and they're working through that. We use the best available data we can from NIWA. There's a whole range of impacts that climate change will have, and as you're rightly pointing out, sea level rise is a lagging indicator, but increased storminess is much more current, and that leads to flooding. It also leads to increased susceptibility to landslides, along with many other hazards. Heat waves were mentioned earlier in this meeting, and that's another similar problem. So yes, we do recognise that as an important issue, and yes, we are working with other agencies to ensure we're using the most current data to incorporate into our hazard management. It's fair to say that it is evolving science, and so we don't always have the quality information we would like, but there are lots of agencies working on improving that around the country.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your questions, Councillor Walker. And now, thank you again to the teams for all this work. Right. Could I have a mover? Councillor Walker, did you want to move this?
Sure, happy to move, and I appreciate the effort here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seconder. Councillor Young. Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this? Well, thank you very much. Once again, I'd just like to acknowledge the teams, the work, significant right across council, and I'm seeing this roll out with the shoreline adaptation plans, the huge amount of data we have to Te Tarakia Tawhiri, and all the work we're doing with our coastal assets and other hazards across Tamaki Makaurau. The planning that has got to go into this is huge, and I just acknowledge the work of the teams trying to address things as we have a changing climate, as we've seen right across Auckland the last few months, but also as we're seeing in Sydney right now, and thoughts to them and the discussions over there around potentially insurance not even covering the types of damage that's happening over there. So there are big questions, but this data and this work going forward will help us inform our residents on these hazards and help where we can to protect them. Right, all those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone against?
Aye.
No? Perfect. And we now move on to item 12, the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity and the update on our draft, on the exposure draft release. So I think we have Simon, and we don't have Dave, sorry. No. What was your name? Alistair. Thank you, sorry about that. Just want to introduce yourselves, the process going forward for councillors, and then we'll move to questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hills. This morning, here to talk to you about the proposed National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, the recent release of an exposure draft for consultation. My name is Simon Fraser. I'm a Senior Analyst in the Natural Environment Strategy team. Alongside me, I have Alistair Jameson, Principal Advisor for Natural Environment Specialist Services and INES, and online also have Jenny Fuller, Team Leader, Regional Planning and Plans and Places. So this afternoon, we'll just run through an overview of what's in the proposed NPSIB and the core concepts, how the Auckland Council Group is responding to their exposure draft, and then finish on the decision sought today and next steps. The NPS for Indigenous Biodiversity aims to protect, maintain and restore Indigenous biodiversity, recognising the threats to our unique flora and fauna and halt the ongoing decline of our Indigenous species and habitats, while recognising the importance of that our native habitats provide. It does this in a way that recognises the role of tangata whenua as kaitiaki, and also people as stewards of Indigenous biodiversity, and also to provide for the social, economic and cultural wellbeing that Indigenous biodiversity provides. The NPSIB helps provide further regulatory support for the protection of significant Indigenous flora and fauna, which is listed as a matter of national importance under Section 6 of the RMA, and also helps enable 8 of the 11 other matters of importance under Section 7, such as kaitiakitanga and stewardship. The focus of the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity is mainly on terrestrial biodiversity, but there is some exceptions. And this version of the NPSIB has been in development since 2017, was started with the Biodiversity Collaborative Group, which was a working group with representatives from the environmental sector and NGOs, industry and representative from the Iwi Chairs Forum. The work of this group was further progressed by MFE and DOC and was released for a full public consultation in early 2020, which Auckland Council submitted on. This consultation now is an exposure draft of those updates since that previous public consultation. The focus is on the workability of the updated NPS rather than the policy intent. And consultation on this closes on 21 July, so there's a 6-week consultation period there. The NPSIB has 3 core concepts. The first is the vision statement Te Reo o Te Harakeke, which has 6 principles, recognising the value and Māori of biodiversity, the bond between people and Indigenous biodiversity, the responsibility of tangata whenua as kaitiaki, and also New Zealanders as stewards, the connectivity between biodiversity and the wider environment, the incorporation of Te Ao Māori and Mataranga Māori, and also a requirement for engaging with tangata whenua. Second concept is around the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity. So the core part of this is at least no reduction, and that's in relation to the size, range, extent, properties and functions, connectivity and resilience of Indigenous species, ecosystems and habitats. And then the third core concept is implementing an effects management hierarchy for the management of Indigenous biodiversity. There's 2 core pillars to the NPSIB, so there's a regulatory side and then there's also a strategic component to it. For the regulatory component on screen, we have a list of the main requirements there. So we have implementing the vision, making sure that regional and district plans provide for Te Reo o Te Harakeke. Core component there around identifying, mapping and protecting significant natural areas. Now Auckland Council has done an SNA-like exercise with our significant ecological areas under the AUP. Working with mana whenua and around identifying and protecting taonga species and ecosystems. There's also requirements to maintain Indigenous biodiversity outside of SNAs. Managing the effects of land use activities, and then also promoting restoration. And there's some additional specific requirements, for example, relating to management of Indigenous biodiversity on Māori land, increasing Indigenous vegetation cover, and information and monitoring requirements. The other part of NPSIB is regional councils are required to produce a regional biodiversity strategy. The purpose of this is to set out a landscape scale vision for how a region is going to restore and protect its Indigenous biodiversity, and sets out how this is going to be achieved, which includes actions that councils are going to undertake, but also how councils are going to work with landowners, iwi and other stakeholders in managing and restoring Indigenous biodiversity. In the report provided in Power 27, just detailing the key timeframes for implementing the NPSIB. MFE have indicated they are aiming for gazettal later this year. Within 3 years, councils are required to have a regional biodiversity strategy underway. 5 years for all councils to have SNAs identified, mapped and notified, and then 8 years for the implementation of provisions of the NPSIB. So 2030 is that time frame. Auckland Council's response. So the Natural Environment Strategy team have been coordinating a response. So I'm holding the pen on that submission at the moment, and with support from my team. We've been seeking input from across the council group, including CCOs, and are currently working through the feedback we've received. And just want to thank the staff from across those various teams, both within council and the CCOs, for their input so far. The submission focusing on the type of feedback being sought, so noting the consultation is focusing on the workability of the NPS, but we are also highlighting areas where we felt there's been opportunities missed around the policy intent and how we think NPSIB could be strengthened to improve the direction to promoting the restoration of biodiversity. Also being ensuring alignment with our previous submission in March 2020, making sure we're not going against previous direction, and also ensuring our feedback aligns with current council direction, so strategic plans such as the climate plan, the AUP, and then operational biodiversity programs as well. We've also been contributing to the regional sector submission as well, working alongside our colleagues from other regional and unitary authorities under the regional sectors Te Uru, Kahika banner as well. Just running through some of the key points of the submission that we're drafting at the moment and points I wanted to highlight to councillors today. Firstly, we see there's an issue around the alignment of biodiversity provisions across environmental domains, very much missing an opportunity for a more integrated approach and taking a Kia to Kitai or mountains to the sea view when managing biodiversity. While the NPSIB does say we do have to give regard to this, we feel like the provisions don't necessarily support a fully integrated management view across these domains. There's also some inconsistencies with how biodiversity is managed across other regulatory tools and NPSs. For example, the NPSIB focuses on managing threatened and at-risk species in the terrestrial space, while in the freshwater space, NPS-FM only covers threatened species. There's also little direction on how the NPSIB works within the other regulatory tools. The New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement is the only one where there's a specific section around the relationship. And there's also some misalignment of definitions, which creates some ambiguity and confusion. Alongside this, some opportunities to strengthen the protection and management of Indigenous biodiversity and keep in line with it as a matter of national importance. So while NPSIB includes a strong at least no reduction directive, we feel like this could be further strengthened with a hierarchy of obligations, such as that seen within NPS-FM and the Te Manawa Te Wai concept. NPSIB is also missing the ability for councils to adopt more stringent measures if they wish, which features in many other NPSs. And the ability for councils to recognise and protect regionally threatened species is rather limited within NPSIB, relying on the national level threat classifications. We're flagging our submission the need for support and resourcing for Māori and iwi. Councils are required to recognise tangata whenua and their role as kaitiaki and work alongside iwi in decision making and management of Indigenous biodiversity to the extent which they wish to be involved. And this includes the identification and management of taonga species, which potentially could be a significant task to undertake. We're already aware of how stretched the iwi of Tamaki Makaurau are in working with council, particularly with the range of national direction that's been implemented at the moment, and really urging central government to ensure support and resourcing is available so iwi are able to work alongside us and effectively implement the requirements of the NPSIB and the vision in particular. We're also flagging some workforce capability gaps, particularly for ecological expertise, and that's both within councils but also for the private sector and those consent applicants and landowners, ensuring they have the best advice available to help manage the effects of biodiversity. We're also seeking some additional guidance from central government, particularly around the process for demonstrating how councils such as us who have already undertaken an SNA exercise, the process for demonstrating compliance with that with the new NPS, and also how to value Indigenous biodiversity to support decision making. It's a very, as noted in the paper, it's a very conscientious topic. And would particularly help with managing the tension of protecting environmental outcomes versus the need for growth and development, and adding some extra rigour to councils making that judgment call. Also flagging another number of technical amendments, so just highlighting a couple of those. Seabirds are absent from the provisions for specified highly mobile fauna, and noting that Auckland region is a biodiversity hotspot for a number of Indigenous seabirds. Seeking some further clarity on SNA provisions, particularly around how significant national and regional public benefit is determined, and how that applies to the effects management hierarchy, ensuring the effects on Indigenous biodiversity are managed. So just to wrap up, just seeking today a decision to delegate authority to the chair and deputy chairs of both ENCC and the planning committee, recognising NPSIB as a planning tool, and also to a member of the IMSB. And the next steps, so currently drafting the submission, intending to have that available for delegated members approximately a week before submissions close on 21 of July. And we'll also provide a future update to the relevant committee post-election around an implementation program for how council is going to implement NPSIB, so that will likely be early next year. So that's an overview of the presentation, and open that up for questions.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you very much. For that, we've got 4 questions so far. Simon, Councillor Cooper is first.
Sorry, thank you. It was just around our current work with protecting kauri, you know, with the whole kauri dieback for Phytophthora. Does this, I mean, what we're doing already to protect that biodiversity, is that covered in this? Is that the kind of work or more work we'd need to do to protect some of our threatened flora and fauna?
Oh, Alice, if you just want to, should work. Oh, we'll just bring a mic. Oh, thanks, Simon. Sorry about that. We're just switching mics, team.
Okay.
Kia ora, through you, Mr. Chair. So the kauri dieback work is largely driven by our responsibilities under the Biosecurity Act and through Council's commitments that it's made through the Regional Pest Management Plan. This work interrelates with it and will lead to more action, I think, for managing other effects on kauri ecosystems. So while this doesn't focus on the biosecurity threat of kauri dieback, it will lead to greater consideration for other aspects of managing those ecosystems, and indeed all of Auckland's ecosystems. I think it's fair to say that the intent of the NPSIB is consistent with quite a lot of the current action that Auckland Council is taking for ecosystems and species, but it will lend more weight to that, and I think it's likely to, without getting ahead of what might be in a regional biodiversity strategy under this NPS it's likely to lead to more focus and attention to ecosystem protection.
Thank you. And just another one, Mr. Chair, in terms of things like, for example, at the moment, we're still deliberating on the regional park management plan. I guess in future, then would have to then express in those sorts of plans this MPS?
Through you again, Mr. Chair. As Simon has outlined, this NPS has been in preparation for a very long time, so it has been considered in the preparation of the Regional Parks Management Plan, and there are some policies in the Regional Parks Management Plan around ecosystem and species protection that are consistent with this NPS. It may bring...
Okay, as long as we're ahead of the game.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Walker.
So just a real quick question. We've got the NPS UD, and then we've got the MDRS, you know, the three houses everywhere, and the relationship between that and qualifying matters as it goes to special ecological areas. So my question is, does this process that we're giving feedback on enhance the protection of the SEAs, particularly where there's a relationship with the these two pieces of legislation? And if so, are we covering that off in our submission immediately? Thanks.
Through you, the Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor Walker. There's definitely some tension there between MPSIB and MPSUD. The SEA is a qualifying matter for MPSUD. I might ask Jenny if you would like to elaborate a bit more on that question.
Thanks, Simon, and good afternoon, committee members. Yes, there is a tension there. There is an issue we have, well, as Simon outlined, the SEAs, RSEAs, which essentially equate to the SNAs that are discussed in the MPS Indigenous Biodiversity. They are a qualifying matter for the urban development response we're developing, and there is an issue we have in relation to the identification of those SNAs, because many members will be aware of the restrictions in the RMA around protection of urban trees. And those restrictions relate to the use of district plan provisions to protect urban trees. And as a response, in Auckland Council, we've used regional plan provisions, which aren't so similarly limited. And what this MPS does not identify, at least explicitly, that we can keep using regional provisions. We're reasonably confident they're not implying that we can't, but we are seeking potentially some clarification on that. So in terms of whether this takes us any further, I think that the MPS Indigenous Biodiversity does bring in some more protection in some ways than we have in our plan. So potentially when we implement the MPS Indigenous Biodiversity, we might need to look at our SNA provisions and see if we're stacking up, including in the urban environment. But overall, I think this MPS Indigenous Biodiversity supports the current approach we have of using the SNAs as a qualifying matter, but we might need to revisit our approach to the SNAs in light of this MPS when it's in effect, and which in turn may have some implications for how we frame those qualifying matters in the future.
So just back to my question, are we going to be referencing in our feedback here the NPS UD and the MDRS as relevant pieces of legislation that impact on this, so it cuts both ways?
I think more to the point, we want to ensure that we can keep using the SNAs as a qualifying matter. I think nothing in the MPS urban development tells us that we can't protect Indigenous biodiversity, and this MPS, the Indigenous biodiversity one, will give us greater ability to do that. I think there's undoubtedly a tension though, Councillor. We already have quite strong protective mechanisms for SEAs in urban environment, and they work reasonably well, but we know there are moments when they don't always work that well, and those pressures are going to be exacerbated, of course, by the implementation of the NDRS and MPS urban development. So I think it's an ongoing challenge for us, but we've got the foundations for an approach that will work and will help us protect our SNAs, but we will need to be revisiting those, and I think in particular in light of what happens with implementation as well. How does it go going forward in terms of what happens to our urban SNAs in the light of the intensification pressures that will come from this? So I don't know if that answers your question, sorry, Councillor, but I think there is a relationship there. We would be pointing that out in our submission to this MPS that, if at the moment, if it only goes forward as a district plan provision, we will be severely undermined in our ability to protect urban biodiversity. And I think in the future, we may need to, we are already trying to protect our SNAs in the light of the MPS urban development, and I would advocate that as we go forward, we have some pretty intense monitoring on that and just seeing how that's playing out, whether there's any additions we need to make to our response.
I might just add to that and within our submission on the MPSIB, we will be seeking further clarity from MFE around how the process for dealing with those conflicts between those regulatory tools, because currently that's not clear at the moment.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Walker. And myself and Jenny have discussed this at length around how we ensure we're protecting our SEAs, but probably building on them. I guess my question, just because we're on this topic and thinking about the qualifying matters, essentially you all believe we have a strong case to protect our SEAs and have that low density zone underneath it. But do you believe when this comes in, this MPS could then supersede some of the MDRS, MPSUD, because it's broader than our SEAs are as an SNA? Or
it's a difficult question. I guess I would say not really. I think it doesn't. The approach that's set out in the MPS Indigenous Biodiversity is not too different from the approach we have in our plan. So we are all sort of consistent with the approach that they're advocating, but I think it's going to be a matter of fine tuning and monitoring to see what happens. Because as I said, we already know, notwithstanding that we have a pretty good approach in our plan, like our plan already says, when you're locating a new house in the urban environment, you should be looking for a building platform outside the SNA, otherwise you need a consent. So we still have that and we will still have that, but the devil's in the implementation. And we understand the pressures are such that, where there's ever any discretion in the decision making, we just need to watch very closely what happens to that and see if we do need to strengthen our provisions to make it clearer what we're talking about in terms of protection of urban SNAs.
And will we be able to use the MPS for Indigenous biodiversity as evidence for our SEAs through the MP SUD plan change? Will we be able to use, because essentially they're saying the same thing, so how could they push back on it?
Yeah, exactly. I think yes. I think I think part of our response is that with the MPS, Indigenous biodiversity is obviously very important to the government, and it's just as important as urban development. So I think it is about that tension, the integration of the two tools. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry, Simon. Don't you have anything to add to that,
Just
Simon?
might note that the process within MPSIB for identifying SNAs is very similar to the process which we have undertaken for the SEAs, so they are very similar.
Right. And we're ahead of the game because we did that work for the unitary plan.
Yes, we are. There's a number of councils around the country which haven't undertaken that exercise yet, so we are very much ahead of the game in that aspect. Perfect.
Thank you. Member Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chief. Thank you, Jenny and Simon. And I know you have had some kōrero, some with the Secretariat, so that's appreciated. Just a couple of things. The tangata whenua in the documentation as opposed to mana whenua, whether that was driven by legislation or otherwise. And then in respect of the NPSIB, is there anything that's currently existent within Council's processes that relates to Indigenous biodiversity that is already not doing the trick? That's not a nice way of putting it. Is already in train that can talk to that, because there's a lot of kōrero. I'll leave the third question, which is around engagement. So can I just make a start with those two pātai, please?
Through the Chair. Thank you, Member Wilson. Yes, I believe the use of tangata whenua is driven more by legislation, noting that generally Auckland Council would refer to mana whenua and matawaka. With the second question, noting, as we just said, around the SEAs and SNAs, the provisions we have in place in Auckland are very similar. as far as other provisions within the Auckland Unitary Plan, there are some areas where the AUP is more stringent, but the MPS also does have a few areas where we will have to strengthen the AUP as well. So there's a couple of balances there which will have to be undertaken. Operationally, we have a pretty strong biodiversity management program through the biodiversity focus areas already underway, managing biodiversity on council land and also working with landowners, providing advice and also to community groups across the region in that aspect. So one of the advantages of being a unitary authority in this aspect is that we can blend those regional versus TA functions in the management of biodiversity and take a more integrated approach to how we manage biodiversity across the Auckland region.
So just off the top of your head, which I know will always be on the top of your head, for the gaps that may exist currently in terms of Auckland Council process that could potentially feature in the submission, apart from the engagement piece that you've outlined in the MIS, can you tell me if there is any thinking around what that could involve? And then my last part is, I might have missed it, aroha mai, was there an intention or has it already been expressed about the mana whenua feedback to date that was to be outlined in today's meeting?
Through you, the Chair. I guess, no, top of my mind for gaps is particularly the identification of taonga species, and that will require significant work with the iwi across Auckland for that. There are increased monitoring and information gathering requirements for council as well, which we will be having to work through. They're kind of the two key things off the top of my head. I guess there's a tension that we're working through around how do we enable development and infrastructure growth while balancing the need to maintain and protect our Indigenous biodiversity. So we're working through that, particularly with those managing assets across the Auckland region. For your second question, so from what was noted in the paper, no further feedback from mana whenua at this stage. So the feedback which we did receive from iwi was a thank you for notifying them to the opportunity to submit, and they indicated that they were going to submit directly to MFE.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wilson. Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, team, for your work here on the MPS IB, the exposure draft. Has this been tested by MFE, say with Watercare, with Auckland Transport, with you guys directly and or with private property owners about the practicalities and achievability of what's been proposed here?
Through you,
or is that yet to happen?
There's been some work that has been underway. There's also, just noting the tensions I mentioned previously, there's a range of views across council around do the provisions with the MPSIB go far enough to protect biodiversity against are they permissive enough to allow us to provide the infrastructure services that we're required to provide. So that's something we are working through as a council at the moment, which may not be resolved, I believe, with MFE for the MPS itself, but it's more, I guess, an implementation matter for us to resolve as we're working through our responsibilities to implement the MPS.
All right, just thank you. Might get hold of Warren McLennan and invite you guys to the next Rural Advisory Panel to talk through the submission, which the next RAP is on the 5th of August, the final one for this term. So, yeah, thank you.
Yes, we'll touch base with Warren and get an item on the agenda for that.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is it last question, Member Wilcox? Glenn, if you might be on mute if you're... Member Wilcox, have you dropped off? I'll just wait one more couple seconds. I just hope it's not our fault. Apologies, Member Wilcox. If you could send questions through, if you can still hear us, and we'll get those covered off. Apologies we couldn't hear from you. Right, well, that's all we have. So thank you, Simon and Alistair. That was very thorough and helpful. We will just move to debating the item, so we'll ask you both to move from the table. Thank you, Jenny, online, and thank you to your everyone working on this. Right, I'll move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Young. I think it's pretty straightforward. I'll just like to quickly, thank the teams for working on this. This will be a submission based on our previous submissions, our strategies and plans, and acknowledge that this is actually a really good thing. The National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity is going to help us on all the work we're already doing as a council and our strategies and plans going forward to protect our essentially our Indigenous biodiversity, but also we know that it will help us in our evidence around our SEAs and how we address the issues in the NPSUD, which can, for community, feel quite, I guess, polarising, those two things coming together. But I think we have a strong base to start with, as we've done so much work on this already. As our SEAs are essentially the SNAs that other councils are now trying to put in place. So thank you all. I don't think there is any other speaking, so we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect, thank you all. And we'll move forward to item 13. It's a summary of our memos and briefings and our forward work programme. Could I have a mover, maybe from online?
Happy to move, Mr. Chair. Simpson.
Councillor Simpson
Collins
to move,
second.
and Councillor Collins to second. Is there any questions or comment? No, perfect. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? We'll move to... there's no extraordinary items under item 14, and so we can now close the meeting. And when does Pace... Councillor Filipaina has a...
1:30.
Sorry?
1:30.
So we'll be back here at 1:30.
Or earlier.
We have to start at the advertised time, unfortunately, Councillor Filipaina.
Okay, I'll have my hour lunch then.
We have a long lunch because the PACE committee does have to start at the advertised time. But thank you all thank you staff for the very efficient committee this morning, this afternoon, and we'll see you in 50 minutes. Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
Thanks, everyone.
And happy birthday. Have a good birthday, lad.
with our karakia. I noi tātou, kia hora te marino kia whakapapapau na mi te moana hei huarei. Ma tātou e te rangi nei aroha atu, aroha mai tātou, ia tātou katoa, hui e, tāeki e. Tēnā rā koutou katoa to all our whānau, also to those that are online, and also talofa lava. We're just going to go straight into it because time is precious. And so, look, firstly, I want to acknowledge Suad, who is assisting the big boss, Maya. So, Suad, assalamu alaikum, and thank you so much for assisting Maya today. And as you all know, under COVID, we've got a hybrid here of those that are in the town hall, and we are within our rules. And also, we have those and quite a few that are online. So look, I'll go through and I will ask Maya to do our roll call. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Bartley. Councillor Casey. Oh, I can see Councillor Casey there.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Maya.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Kia ora.
Councillor Collins. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora.
Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora, Maya.
Kia ora. Councillor Dalton.
Present, Maya.
Councillor Darby.
Present.
Mayor Goff.
Kia ora.
Councillor Henderson.
Kia ora.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora koutou katoa.
IMSB member Kake.
Kia ora.
Councillor Holland is an apology. Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon, Maya.
Councillor Sayers.
Yes, present. Thank you, Maya.
Councillor Simpson.
Hi, Maya. Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Stewart.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Hi, Maya.
IMSB member Wilcox.
Ekoneo.
And Councillor Young.
Good afternoon. 大家好.
I'll just try again for Councillor Collins. Councillor Bartley. Councillor Walker. Thank you, Chair. Pass it back to you.
Tēnā koe Maya. So we move straight into the apologies. I've got absence from Councillors Fletcher and Mulholland. We have none for lateness, 3-second rule. Early departure, I've got one for His Worship the Mayor. Apart from that, I will move. Councillor Coombe, if you could second the apologies, please.
Aye.
So there's nothing further. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried. Declaration of interest, I've received none. Petitions, there are none. Public input, there are none. Local board input, there are none. Extraordinary items, same as all the rest I've just said. We're now going to move into item 7. I will move item 7, and Councillor Casey, as Deputy Chair, can you second this this one? Yep.
Happy
Cool.
to second.
Kia ora, my mate. So look, we'll then open it up for discussion, and if we could get our team up in the table, and Rob, what I'll do, and or it's Catherine or whoever, if you could just let us know the team that's not only here but also online to assist you. There is also Rob, not Rob, but Mark, there's another chair if you want to sit up there as well. So, Rob, are you going to start off, or Catherine?
I'll say good afternoon, everyone, and
just introduce the team.
Yeah.
Also online, please.
So Catherine's got the list of the team, so I'll just hand straight over to Catherine to take you through a very brief presentation and to let you know who the team is.
My name is Catherine Martin. I'm Manager of Work Programs at Community Facilities, and I have here with me to present to you today Taryn Crew, our General Manager, Community Facilities, Rob Cairns, Head of Asset Management and Investment Programming, and Jonathan Hope, our Regional Work Program, alongside Mark Bowater, of course, Head of Park Services. So online today, we have our support team, Mace Ward, General Manager, Park, Sport and Recreation, Scott De Silva, Manager, Regional Parks, Martin van Jaarsveld, Manager Community Parks and Places, Paul Kleinek, General Manager Resilient Lands and Coasts, and Ross Roberts, Head of Engineering Resilience. So we're here today regarding the adoption of the Community Facilities Regional Work Programs. And if it's okay, I will proceed with the presentation. So firstly, just a reminder of the regional work programs that are recommended for adoption today. You can see on the slide we have our Regional Renewals and Development Program, which includes regional parks, and as a part of that, farming and holiday places. Holiday parks, Botanic Gardens and Auckland Domain are also part of those renewals and development. We then have our cemeteries program, which is renewals and development also, residential commercial leases, our slips prevention and remediation program, which is a development program, our local parks and sports field development program, which is commonly known as our growth program. And previous years, we would have brought to you the coastal renewals program, but that is now, as you may recall, the discussion at the workshop is now being managed by Resilient Land and Coast Department. But we do, as I said, have those staff here if we have any questions. So in terms of decision-making for the regional parks and cemeteries budgets, the governing body, or the relevant committee, in this case the PACE committee, of course, is the sole decision-maker. For the growth and slips budget, there is dual decision-making. So the governing body is a decision-maker for the budget allocation and the outcome, such as location and scope, while the local board are the decision-makers for projects that relate to local parks and assets. That's within the parameters set by the governing body. So as an example, if you take a sports field upgrade that may be approved in the growth program by the governing body, if that sports field is on a local park, it will require the approval of the relevant local board and will be included in their work program. So just a few key points regarding the item today. So this is a 3-year work program, year 1 being approved in full and 2 and 3 in principle. You may also recall that this program is workshopped with the committee, and it was workshopped in February this year. The growth and slips programs were workshopped with local boards in both March and May, and local boards recently approved their local work programs and resolved feedback on the regional programs, and that's included in attachment F to your report. In between the February PACE workshop and finalising these local board work programs, annual budget decisions did require some changes to the growth work program. So given the timing, the revised program could not be included in that local board reporting. However, where possible, the changes were discussed with local boards and feedback resolved. Attachment H includes a copy of the projects that were rephased to meet budget envelopes. Overall, generally, the local board feedback was supportive of the program. However, there were some requests to retain projects that were phased out of the program due to budget decisions. So the budgets allocated in the regional work programs before you today are outlined on this slide, alongside the anticipated spend for FY22, which is, as says there, is actual plus forecast. Just to give you some context, there are both development budgets for building new assets and renewals budgets for renewing existing assets in these programs. Just a little rundown of some of them. The regional parks budgets include, as you can see there, both development and renewals, and remain relatively consistent over the years. The cemeteries budgets increases in later years to address increases later years to address future potential newly acquired cemetery land, whilst the renewals decreases slightly. In terms of our leases budgets, this is a renewals budget and it's required to meet our legislative obligations by FY24, financial year 24. The SLIPS budget, that's a development budget as said, and years 1 and 2 reflect emergency budget levels that start to recover in the year 3. In terms of growth, or our local parks and sports field development budget, that stays around the $10 million mark and increases in year 3. So it should just be noted here that the next LTP is the opportunity to investigate the appropriate levels of funding across any of these budgets, in particular the outer years. But overall, as you'll see in the total at the bottom, there is a level of consistency between the FY22 spend, that first year of 27 million, and the 25 and 29 million in the next 2 years that are being proposed, with a slight increase in FY25. So the changes in the annual budget impacted a couple of the programs before you today. For clarity, this slide shows you which budgets were reduced, noting that the reduction is only 5 million in year 1 of the program. More specifically, regional development was reduced by 13 million in FY25 and growth was reduced by 5 million in FY23 and 24 and 17 million in 25. In rephasing the growth program to meet budget envelopes, priority was given to projects currently in delivery, so we could carry those on, and those located in LTP investment areas. So this final slide just outlines the development process for these programs just in a more visual way. As mentioned, these programs were workshopped with the PACE Committee in February. The relevant growth and SLIPS programs were workshopped with the local board in March and May. And local boards approved work programs just in June, most recently, and resolved feedback on regional programs. So that brings us to the PACE meeting today, at which we are seeking approval of these regional programs. Any patai?
Thank you, Catherine. Look, I'm just going to go online first to see if there's any of your staff that wish to say anything, and I will apply the 3-second rule, and then I will then ask those that are surrounding you and supporting you. So I'll ask those online. That's done, and those here, Taryn, and particularly yourself. But if there's not, 3-second rule applies. No. So before
Alf.
Yeah.
I've only just managed to get my my stuff functioning.
Yep.
So what is the item on? Because I did have a question about an item.
Yeah, so this is the only item we've got an open agenda. So our staff have just gone through what you would have read on the agenda. So hold on, wait, sorry, can you just hold on? So I'll just explain. So they've just finished and we're up to part-time now. I've got one already, but if you have any questions, just let me know and I'll put your name down, Councillor.
Okay, well I do have a question, just when you're ready.
Okay, Kapai, when I'll go to our list, but I was just going to make a comment first and to acknowledge our staff. Look, I just want to say thank you because yes, we'll go to the apartheid, but knowing that you've gone through the local boards, and in particular 19 of 21, you've personally gone through there. Just want to acknowledge that because I won't be making any closing comments because I just wanted to do it up front now. So look, thank you so much to the whole team. And so look, I'm just going to go into Pātai and Councillor Cooper, and then followed by Councillor Walker, and then followed by Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is just around the Waitaka Rangers Local Board and the deferral of the Claiborne Road Reserve. And I can kind of understand the reason for deferral, but I guess given that on that side of the railway tracks, there's virtually nothing for families on that side without having to cross a major road, railway tracks, etc., when you say deferred to the next 3, sort of, will that then come up to the top of the list, that Claiborne? I know it's very detailed, but I guess I want to advocate for the local boards, saying that's the only thing my 2 local boards were unhappy about.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so the funding proportion of Claiborne Reserve has been deferred out of this program and would currently sit presumptively in FY26. Of course, that needs to be prioritised as we come to do the new program in future. Should be noted the board is funding the initial stages of design, etc., through LDI. So the project could use its LDI fund early, even though the growth money, which will really contribute to the physical works, may indeed not come until the next work program, which will be FY26 at the earliest.
Thank you. Thanks for that, because we don't really hear what our local boards do, but that's really great. Thank you.
Ka pai. Councillor Walker.
Yeah. Hi, Alf. I've just got a question about the item that involves street gardens. I think it is. Just for clarity, does street gardens mean street trees and so on? Street tree planting?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, in this instance, the focus here is on tree pits. So it is the trees in those town centre areas that have the pits around them, and it's ensuring that the infrastructure around those trees is renewed and is safe and adequate to enable the health of the tree and also those pedestrians around the area. I hope that answers the question.
So it isn't street trees as such. Is that captured somewhere separately, or is that part of community facilities?
Kia ora, through the chair. Yes, we've got a separate budget that sits in our arboriculture team that delivers on the street tree planting program, and then we've got additional funding that comes through Vector with the targeted rate funding that also helps to fund that. So that's separate to this program.
And the trees and pits, does that include areas, say in downtown Auckland, where you've got a number of trees and large pits? Are they covered off as part of this?
Thank you, Councillor. So there is a need to address those with health and safety issues first. So we wish to ensure that the pedestrian way is as safe as it possibly can be. There is a reasonable need in this area, and so we will be prioritising based on greatest need at this time.
Sure. So the question I've got is just around the reporting on the health of trees. And the reason I'm raising that is I've made the observation when I travel around the region that there's been a significant death rate in trees that are occupying these pits and the like in parks. And I would imagine it amounts to quite a substantial amount of money. Is there some reporting that occurs on that I could access, some monitoring and management and reporting around that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, there is. We do have a tree health monitoring program that's run by our arboriculture team, so we can outside of this meeting provide that information to you.
Thank you very much. That'd be great. Bye.
Kia ora, Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Councillor Philippine. Just quite a specific question about the Colonial Road, the homes there. There's quite a number of line items. Is it possible, or is it planned to incorporate that into one program of works, or will the repairs and maintenance be done to each house? Sorry, I should go back.
Apologies, Councillor. Could you point out which particular lines you're talking about?
Sorry.
Or is
it's on the lease.
Renew residential, the residential lease program.
Yeah, so they're residential lease homes, but they're actually heritage scheduled cottages. They're all split into different budgets, but they're in the same area, are we thinking of doing that as one project?
It could very well be delivered as one package, yes. We would look for the most efficient way to procure the items to get them delivered at lowest cost possible. So we can look at that, and thank you for raising that.
And the other question is, because of their heritage value, we have had complaints in the past over just maybe some alterations or things that have been upgraded, maybe not to the expectation we'd put on the public with heritage buildings, if you know what I mean. So I want to understand if there's going to be that sort of expertise involved in any sort of upgrades or fixtures and fittings and things that change the look or feeling.
Thank you, Councillor. Perhaps we can bring you a little bit more information about those specific projects. The budget in that particular area is relatively limited, so we have ensured that we're focusing on the healthy homes aspect, which of course at times does need to look at the external part of the building and any heritage items inside or outside. So yeah, we can come back to you with a little more.
Yeah, probably too specific. I'd love to have a bit of an update separate to this. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Councillor Hills. Kei tū matua kake.
Tēnā koe he te rangatira, Alf. Just a couple of, in general, matua, I'm very supportive of the recommendations. That the questions really just further clarity around, which might help me say yes later on, is around the Māori impact statement and how it advises that Māori values were considered in the development of the relevant work programs. Can the staff just outline, or can they articulate what values were directed the proposed work programs?
Kia ora, thank you for the question. Many of our programs are worked together with our regional parks teams, and of course under the Regional Parks Management Plan, which we of course have a proposed one currently. I think we're at the moment. The most detailed time that we look at the projects is once we have them there and we need to actually look at them and talk to mana whenua in terms of looking at those particular values. So yeah, I think that is the best time, but someone else may wish to add to the question.
I thought I read the values were considered in the report. In the development of the relevant work programs, I'd just be interested in, because I think generally they should apply across all.
Certainly, it's considerations that are undertaken when putting the program together, absolutely. And I think those can come to fruition even more in the detail of each project.
Okay, but you're not able to articulate which ones were in particular in the development here or of the work program?
I can come back to you when I look in more detail. I'm sorry, the large number of projects on the program. Apologies.
Okay, and my second question, if I may, through the chair.
Kapai.
It's just in regards to opportunities for procurement of Māori suppliers. Is that still hot on the program?
Thank you for the question. I'll take that one. Yes, so we're working really closely with our procurement team around those supply diversity targets and looking at how we procure. We have actually, and we're hoping through the final annual report, we'll be able to give some updates on how we've improved in that area and trialling some additional pilot ways of how we bring Māori business into council process per se. We've had a lot of feedback that it can be quite difficult, and so we've just finished off a pilot which is around delivering the marae infrastructure program that we're looking to use across the rest of the development program that has been quite successful. That is about breaking down the barriers. So, all the paperwork, all the stuff has been conducted through interviews and it has had really, really good outcome. So yes, there's still a focus on that. We're still focused on hitting our targets and improving that business with Māori and Pacifica.
Look, thank you. Really appreciate the answer there, and it's just something that's pretty close to my heart, and not just with procurement through iwi as well. There's mātāwaka that is the majority in Tamaki that would provide that opportunity. And I want to big ups through the chair to our cemetery crew who employ a lot of Māori. So tēnā koe. Thank you. Ka pai. I'll be supporting the recommendation.
Ka pai, matua. Catherine, when you get that information back to Matua Kake, can you CC myself and the Deputy Chair in, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr.
Kia ora. Councillor Stewart and then Matua Wilcox.
Oh, thank you. Just on the trees and parks and reserves, do we have? Is there anything we can do about the oleander trees that we have on parks and reserves and roadways? And why I'm asking that, I'm not sure if you're aware, but oleanders are highly toxic, and especially to dogs and cats and even for humans, it can be lethal. And even a single leaf digested by a child could kill them. So I have noticed that we have got quite a few of them in some of our parks and reserves, and I just wondered if there's anything we can do about it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mark Bowood here, I can help answer that one. Over the last couple of decades, there has been quite a concerted effort to remove oleander trees, particularly from street verges. So I imagine that as part of any park renewal upgrade program, we're assessing where we can continue to remove undesirable species like oleander. But if there was any specific sites that you're concerned about, Councillor, it may be really helpful to forward those through so that our teams can have a look at it.
I'll do that. I have noticed we've had some staff pruning some around the Pigeon Mountain area and not wearing protective clothing. A little bit concerned about that.
Kia ora, thank you for bringing that to the attention, Councillor Stewart. If there's no further, I'll go to Matua Wilcox.
Kia ora. Kia ora, thank you. Sorry, just having a bit of button issues. My compatriot Tony asked mostly the questions that I wanted to ask, so that's filled that in for me. I just want to know what's the decision-making process for when we will include iwi and when we won't? It's not clear to me in the Māori impact statement. It's just it says will be considered. Can I have some reply to that?
Kia ora, thank you for the question. Through the chair, so as Catherine explained, most of the engagement happens through the design and implementation of that project, and then also around any decisions that are being made and taken to the local board with respect to the project. So once the program is adopted and we start working closer with the local boards around the design of those projects, then part of that engagement is with our iwi and our Mana Whenua Forum as well. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Ka pai, got two more, and then if there's no further, I'll go to Whakaaro. So there'd be Councillor Coombe and then Councillor Hills.
Tēnā koe e te hia mana. Kia ora koutou, and thank you for bringing this to us. I can't help but zero in on Auckland Domain, being on the Domain Committee, and it's 149 at page 39 of the agenda is talking about the pathway connections will be completed by June 2022. And so I was just wanting to understand, how do we keep this as a living document that is up to date? Because as far as I know, they haven't even started, so it would be good to know where that's at.
Thank you, Councillor Coombe, and apologies, we noted that small typo this morning and have subsequently been ready to update it as the budget for that project. I understand the Local Board Transport Capital Fund has been received from Auckland Council, received from Auckland Transport to Auckland Council. It has meant that the project, which we had hoped would have a little more spend last year, has now been moved slightly forward to the next year, and we will update those financial years in the activity description to reflect that. And those dates will reflect the budget availability, which is FY23. So apologies for that typo.
But have physical works actually started? In the column it says nothing has...
No physical works have started,
Okay.
no. So it's just in the early design stages. It was waiting, funding being made available following a hold of that funding during the emergency budgets.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr Chair, just a supplementary to that. Also, just thinking about the domain, I think I asked this Pātai through the workshops around, we've got the renewal there of the Watson bequest, and it's not possible to access that bequest by any means if you have any, if you rely on wheels in any way. You can't get there safely if you're a pedestrian, and I guess it goes to the whole bigger picture that we have a premier park that you cannot walk around or cycle around, and is very inaccessible unless you're driving around it. So I just would really like to know where that bit of work got to in terms of thinking about accessibility.
Thank you, Councillor Coombe. Good question, and I do recall your query in the workshop regarding an accessibility audit being completed. I've spoken with Martin van Jaarsveld, who is probably online today, and he has confirmed prior to this meeting that there will be an operational work program item as part of the Domain Committee, I understand, to look at accessibility through this financial year we are in now. So that should look at the highest priorities in terms of accessibility for the domain. Does that answer the question?
Thank you for that update.
Through the chair. Through the chair, if I may, Martin van Jaarsveld here. I can confirm that we are in a process of appointing a consultant to undertake an accessibility audit for the domain. So that work should start in August this year.
Ka pai, that's great news, and I was aware that was going to happen, so it's great to get that update, Matua, and bring it to the attention of this committee as well.
Ka pai, ngā mihi. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. This may be not connected, but I'm just seeing if it is. The discussion on the capital works on tree pits, with all the extra budget we've put into street trees and urban aheri and the climate action targeted rate, but also the climate initiatives last year, are we trying to combine or build on those budgets, or is that separate to this work, or is there a program of work to sort of ensure that all comes together?
Thank you, Councillor. Others may wish to add. I see that work as potentially separate. This is particularly just a renewals aspect for existing situations rather than the development budgets for new, that particular one line.
Okay. Thank you.
Kia ora. Look, I've got no further. Councillor Walker, your last one, and then we'll move to whakaaro, please.
Sure. So, a couple of quick questions. One for Martin. Martin, I'd be interested in more information around the accessibility audit. If you could just touch base with me after the meeting when it's convenient. And the other question I've got just goes to community leases and what oversight we have in terms of monitoring and management. And the reason I'm asking for that is I know there are various community leases that I've been made aware of that have been delayed, sometimes for considerable periods of time. So is there any reporting on community leases at a high level? In some respects, they're a little bit like resource consents and the like in terms of reporting around timeframes. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Just to confirm, and apologies if there has been any confusion, the leases program here in front of you today is the commercial and residential leases program. Those are properties which are non-service and receive revenue for council. They don't relate to the community leases portfolio, which sits with each individual local board. So any reporting for those community leases would be via local board reporting.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Ka pai, and Councillor Darby's your partai.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I'd just ask it now, Chair, so thank you for the opportunity. And thanks, team. Probably two questions. The team will be aware that on Devonport Domain there are some 3 villas and one of them can't be occupied. That is, somebody can't live in it because it's not habitable. Look, I've looked through all the attachments and maybe it's not ID'd uniquely and it's within something else. Is there budget to address the maintenance deficit on the Devonport Domain villas or villa? That's my first question. I'll get the second one out, Chair. Second one is there's quite a lot of mention of tree planting here, tree planting budgets, which is fantastic. Can you outline what the audit procedure is for identifying trees that fail? This last summer, I'm very aware of a lot of trees that failed that have not been picked up in the next planting season. So I'd like to get a sense of how we track what we have planted, which we do big press releases about, when they fail, how the contract or the contractor is audited to identify replants. Two questions there, Chair. Thank you.
Ka pai.
Kia ora, thank you very much for the questions, Councillor Darby. The first one, in terms of Devonport Domain, we think you are referring to, sorry, we'll just bring it up, 52 King Edward Parade, the new residential lease building. That property does need some consideration. I understand there's been discussions about future use, that it's currently vacant at the moment, and as such, the renewal of that has been rephased out a little bit in order to have those discussions and determine its future service use. I don't know if anyone wishes to add to that, but that's the situation. So our leases team are working on that at the moment. Does that answer the question on that one? We could get an update.
I won't take the time here, Chair. If you could come back to me and let me know, when it's going to occur. That's fine, Chair. And the second question.
Thank you. Absolutely, we'll bring an update. In terms of the tree planting budget, Taryn may wish to add. I was going to suggest our arboricultural team come back with some information, but.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Darby. Yeah, I think we probably should bring back a paper that outlines a little bit more around, Claudia's giving me the finger, around the tree maintenance, the monitoring and how we follow up with that planting. It is all managed through the operational budgets, and the accountability sits with the arboriculture team to instruct the contractor around the replacement of the trees and what's suitable for those areas. So I know there has been a bit of a delay, and I think that's probably something we should bring back to the committee.
So, Councillor Darby, I'll just...
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Darby, I'll just get our Director, Claudia, to also make some comments. Kia ora, Claudia.
Thank you very much. So just to confirm that there is a tree risk management report that's coming to PACE Committee in August, and so that would also be an opportunity to discuss some of these items. Thank you.
Ka pai, Chris. Councillor Darby.
Absolutely. You've got it under control, Chair, which is good. Thank you.
Kia ora na. Look, there's no further partai on the list. So look, just to our team, again, I've acknowledged the fact that with all the mahi that you, not only in front of us, but also online. So look, I'm going to open it up for whakaaro, which means you will be going back to your safe space. and so nothing will be directed at you and there will be no response required. So look, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Thank you so much. So look, I'm just going to go in whakaro, if there's any. I'm looking at the chat bar, 3 seconds. Councillor Cooper first. Kia ora.
Thank you. It's just the commentary. Because all this work is our core bread and butter. It's what our community expect. They're always assessing and looking, and often I don't think our staff get enough kudos. I mean, a lot of the people here working in this report are doing all the enabling and getting it all passed and designed and everything. But I just want to thank everybody, because this is our front door, really. This is our window, and it reflects on our whole region. When things look good and done well, that's just great. And I just want to say I appreciate what you do, because it's usually pretty thankless. Thank you.
Definitely tautoko your kōrero, your whakaro, Councillor Cooper. 3-second rule. Councillor Hills.
Good to Chair, and I think I also want to just echo Councillor Cooper's comments. I think that despite the challenges of the last 3 years and the effects on our budgets, effects on supply chain, effects on cost escalation, we're still seeing a massive number of projects roll out for our communities. You do notice the difference when things are being upgraded, when new seats are put in, when the sports fields are still getting sand slit, the regional parks are getting extra benefits to them. We're getting all sorts of massive projects and the smaller ones. And it's funny how often the small projects are noticed by people, and it might be, carpet in a building or a new seat or a new bin. Sometimes people notice that more than maybe the big, massive several $1 million projects. There's also huge funding that we don't really celebrate. We don't often celebrate the renewals. We often have the ribbon cuttings for a new library or community centre, but significant amounts of ratepayer money goes into upgrading things that we kind of tick off and move on, but we don't say this is a fantastic new playground. If you're at home and you renovate your whole bathroom or you renovate your house, you're celebrating that as a brand new project. But unfortunately, we get sometimes caught up in just the brand new shiny things, when actually the investment going into renewing our local facilities and regional facilities is pretty phenomenal, and that is growing. As you can see, there is some tough headwinds at the moment, but I just want to say that it's fantastic work, and people do notice and do mention the difference. And I think people expect it, but I think everyone also knows that it can't happen everywhere at once, all of the time, even though we would like to. So just thank you for that.
I think to close it off, as I said earlier, I won't be closing the debate. I'll let Matua Kake close the debate. Tēnā koe te ho.
Oh, tēnā koe te rangatira. Yeah, my comment is really, I think this is an area that we've got it right, actually. Where we at a Auckland-wide, or what I call mothership, Starship Enterprise kind of level, that we've got it right in terms of enabling the local boards to take the nitty-gritty or the decisions. So I just want to acknowledge the staff, but also acknowledge the council for how they've got this balance right. Essentially enabled, but locally making the decisions around the nitty-gritty. So ngā mihi atu kia koutou. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe matua. Look, there's no further. So I'm going to, and with pleasure, put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against? Carried. Kia ora. We move now to a procedural motion, that is to exclude the public for our confidential item. So I will move that. Second, Councillor Hills. Kia ora. So I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried. To our team at the back, ngā mihi